Being a seat, call this meeting to order. It's a regularly scheduled meeting of the 15th of September. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Ms. Johnston. Mr. Peterson. Ms. Demboski.
Present.
Mr. Flint. Mr. Traney.
Present.
Ms. Gray Jackson has asked to be excused.
She's in D.C.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Finn, could you listen to the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There are no minutes for previous meetings. They're not in here. Mr. Mayor, sir.
Nothing to report.
All these people, nothing to say?
I'll defer to their wisdom.
Okay. Thank you. We're now down to Assembly Chair's report. Wrote a little synopsis up. Let me give it to you. Let's see. I'm sure many of you here testify about AO 2015-96 and any other versions we have, SNS1. If we don't finish the public testimony tonight, I will have a continued public hearing tomorrow night, beginning at 5 p.m. here in the Assembly chambers. Clerk's office has a sign-up sheet and extra staff here tonight to help the Assembly hear from as many people as possible. Our staff includes Lisa and Amanda, and they will be providing you with the group number to testify. We're not going to do it by name. We're going to do it by group. And we will let you know when your group is up for on deck. If you need to follow you'll need to follow the instructions on the podium to go one after the other. When you get to the podium, state your name, spell your last name, state your neighborhood or community of residence, give your testimony, then stop speaking when the buzzer goes off. This little annoying thing that's up here turns red and beeps. So please stop testifying then. Be fair and allow as many people as possible to testify. If you need to stop speaking when your 3 minutes are up. We believe the community can have and express different opinions and listen respectfully to each other. Respectfully means there will be no applauding, no hooing, booing, or heckling. This is disruptive and does not allow us to hear from all your neighbors in an efficient way. If there is any applause, booing, or heckling, you'll be escorted from the room. We've got security officers here to do it. And if that doesn't work, I'll have the Assembly chamber cleared. So, those are the rules we're going to operate this under. Do committee reports. Mr. Steele.
No report, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Demboski. I know you got lots of reports.
I always do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Community and Economic Development Committee has been meeting. We have shifted some of our meetings just because both Mr. Hall, Mr. Evans, and Ms. Johnston and the administration have been working on a combined version of AO 76 and AO 59 regarding Title 21 changes. And I'm pleased to report we did have a committee meeting on Monday, which was yesterday. See, my days run together. But it looks like there is a combined version of that coming forward. And I'm hopeful that the administration will be laying it on the table tonight so we can take it up at the same time on the 29th as the other two AO Title 21 changes. With that said, I want to direct members of the public that are interested in land use, planning, or potential marijuana regulations to the Assembly webpage. If you just click on Assembly and then look under committees, if you click on Community and Economic Development Committee, not only are our agendas there, but meeting notes are there, and you can kind of see a timeline of when these items will come up before the committee. Another big topic that's being tackled by Mr. Peterson and Mr. Hall, and also committee member Tony Kange, is cell towers. They are robustly coming up with working to come up with a draft for a cell tower ordinance, basically to be an overlying policy direction for the entire municipality. And it's my expectation that the meeting of October 7th at 10 o'clock in the morning, they will be presenting that draft ordinance and we'll release it to the community councils. And we hope to have that through our committee and actually back to the Assembly for action by December. So considering P&Z has to be involved, it's a very ambitious schedule, but it's one that I think we can achieve. Tonight, Mr. Chair, under old business, you'll see that sign ordinance that, I reconsidered. I'm going to ask to postpone that indefinitely, and yes, once again, Mr. Flynn was right.
We'll get it started.
I know. But I do like his tie tonight. I'll let him explain that. But, Mr. Chair, so the issue that I'm referring to is we are looking at addressing code changes regarding menu ordering boards and architectural features of signs. The Planning Department, Erica McConnell, will be presenting that with the industry at our next meeting, which will be, sorry, I have copious amounts of notes here. So September 23rd at 10 o'clock, it's 4700 Elmore. It's room 170. That's where we meet. We're expecting to take that up. October 7th will be cell towers. And then we're consistently working on marijuana regulations, and we have a whole list of things. But if anyone's interested in the topics that we're going to be tackling, please go to that webpage, and you'll get a far more detailed synopsis of what's going on.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick report on AMATs. We have finished the refresh of the 2035 MTP so that we give ourselves time to prepare the 2040 MTP. That will not come before this body. We handled the public testimony at the AMATs level, and we next meet on the 24th. And I'll eat my slice of humble pie. I'm wearing Mustang's colors tonight due to a friendly bet with my dear colleague, Ms. Dombrowski.
What was the score, Mr. Flynn?
I don't remember. It was
I do believe the Chuyek Mustangs did topple the West Eagles.
It was a hometown referee at their field. At their field, and
The balls were not deflated, Mr. Flynn.
And I'm sure you would look much better in orange than I do in blue and blue, whatever that. So I'm sure I'll do better with the rest of my evening. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Honeman, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a Public Safety Committee meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, at the Assembly Chamber Conference Room, at City Hall 155. And among them, there is a draft that has not been introduced, and we can make sure that very clear, not been introduced, but for discussion on licensing of massage establishments. As you may recall, we had to repeal, or we did repeal, our municipal ordinance dealing with licensing massage therapists, the actual masseuses and masseurs. The state has that function now. They reserve that to their authority. So we, in the interest of making sure that we don't have establishments that are operating illegally or, if you will, immorally in our city, we're going to hear that from the community. And I've already received, you may have as well, received several emails reference the massage establishment. So we'll have that, and also newly appointed Chief Chris Tolley, we're going to have his information vetting, if you will, in advance of his confirmation.
Good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Evans, sir. No report, Mr. Chair. Okay. Mr. Peterson, sir. How goes your cell committee? How goes your cell committee?
Oh, we're working on it. Kind of like Maverick, we're just working on it. We had a really good meeting last Wednesday. Got a lot of information from the planning department, and we got the committee headed in the right direction, and I think we're going to work well together. But I don't really have any committee reports tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
No report, Mr. Chairman.
None? Well, you've been flying so often, I thought maybe you'd have propeller wings on you or something. Yeah. It's good to see you. Ms. Johnston, ma'am?
No report, except I look forward to Kathy Wasserman's report from AML.
Mr. Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two committee meetings next week, actually only one. The Ethics and Election Committee, scheduled for next Wednesday at noon, is canceled. And We have the Marijuana Committee meeting at 4 o'clock next Wednesday, room 155, and I will be out of state at that time, but Mr. Peterson is going to be chairing that committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, I was watching the Channel 2 this morning, and they had an article on new thing going on down in Denver. They now have combination gas stations and pot sales. You can pull and fill both tanks. And what's odd about it was they're not getting a discount on pot, but if you buy pot, they're then giving you a discount on the gas. So it's kind of an interesting development. You'll have to watch it down there. I don't think they're going to adopt it here, but they are in Denver.
I have absolutely nothing at all to say about that.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go ahead and get a motion on the addendum to the agenda. Make the motion.
Move to incorporate.
Second.
Okay. I'll go through it. Addendum to the agenda, consent agenda. This will be B4. Resolutions for introduction. Others. Resolution AR 2015-260. Resolution authorizing the submission of one or more bids for the purchase of some or all of ConocoPhillips' interest in the Beluga River Unit, the North Cook Inlet Unit, and 5,700 acres of leasehold lands, and approving the purchase of some or all of such interest. And there is a 9F6A, same memorandum AM 544-2015, being submitted with that. 9E5, under information reports, information memorandum AIM 126-2015, monthly investment rewards to the Assembly. July 2015, Finance Department and Public Finance Investments Department. Under ordinances and resolutions for introduction, item 9F1, ordinance 2015-99, an ordinance authorized disposal by perpetual non-exclusive underground utility easement on Heritage Land Bank parcel 1076, located at 14020 Oakland Highway, Nego River, to General Communications, Inc., at the less than fair market value, PID 015-324-13. Real Estate Department public hearing request on 10/27/2015. Item 9F5, Resolution 2015-257, a resolution approving Heritage Land Bank 2015 Annual Work Program 2016-2020 5-year management plan. Public hearing requested on that is 10/17/2015. Under new public hearings, item 14J4, that's ordinance 2015-96S1, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Title V of the Anchorage Municipal Code regarding equal rights and the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, AERC, to add sexual orientation and gender identity to the grounds of discrimination prohibited by the title, to expand and clarify the religious exemption, and to modify the lawyer's role and evidentiary role at the AERC hearings. Assembly members Evans and Flynn joined in that. There's an accompanying item 14J5, a same memorandum, AM 543-2015. And did we get one just late on us? Okay. I have a late on the table item for you. It's 9F6. And the number is, do we have a number on this one, Barbara? No number on it. An ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending the Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, new code, effective January the 1st, 2014, sections 21.04.020, 21.06.020, 21.06.030, 21.07.030, 21.07.040F, 21.07.060F, 21.07.090H, 21.07.110, and 21.14.040 to address needed corrections. Public hearing requested on that one. is going to be 9/29/2015. Has everybody got a copy of it?
Mr. Chair.
Ma'am?
Just for clarification, if I could just add, this was the combined version of those Title 21 changes that I had referenced during my committee report. So it'll be introduced tonight, and the intent of the committee
Is to marry it up.
is to postpone those other two versions indefinitely and take this item up as the action item.
Thank you, ma'am. Ask unanimous consent of the addendum to the agenda, including the laid on the table items. Not seeing an objection, Madam Clerk, please the minutes reflect we've done that. We now need a motion on the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we now go down for things that people want to pull for a little further discussion. Mr. Hall, sir.
No items.
Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
No items.
Mr. Starr, sir.
None.
Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Mr. Evans, sir.
No items, Mr. Chair.
The stage is yours. Don't say no items. Look at your list.
I have a few. Need to pull 9 out for one. I'll do the presenting on the regular agenda. Also, I'd like to pull 9F1, please, from the consent agenda.
Let me get there.
That's from the addendum, I'm sorry.
9F1 on the addendum. Okay. What else, sir?
And it looks like that's it for the moment.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull item 9 Bravo 4 to set a public hearing date.
It's on the addendum to the agenda.
That is correct.
Thank you. Ms. Dabowski, ma'am.
No, sir.
Mr. Steele.
No, nothing,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Last chance. If there's nothing else, we'll vote on it.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Abbott?
does 9F5 need, it was on the addendum with a public hearing date. Does it need to be pulled to set a public hearing date, or was that accomplished by?
Introduction accomplishes it. You've got a public hearing requested on 10/27/2015. Do you want some other date?
Thank you.
Okay. Please vote. That will approve everything that's not been pulled for further discussion. That's approved unanimously. We'll now go back to those items. We'll pull for a little further discussion. Mr. Honeman, you got the first one, 9A1, Resolution 2015-251.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ask unanimous consent. See no objection. That is approved. Who's presenting? Who's reading?
I am, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating Welcoming Anchorage, recognizing National Welcoming Week 2015, and encouraging Anchorage's residents to participate in community events celebrating Anchorage as a welcoming city. Whereas the municipality of Anchorage is a welcoming place where people, families, businesses, and institutions thrive and the contributions of all persons are celebrated and valued. And whereas the fostering of a welcoming environment for all individuals, regardless of national origin, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, age, disability, or veteran status enhances Anchorage's cultural fabric, economic growth, and overall prosperity for current and future generations. And whereas community efforts that promote understanding and collaboration between native-born and foreign-born community members are essential in encouraging and preserving Anchorage's welcoming environment and economic vitality. And whereas September 12 through 20, 2015, Welcoming America and its partners across the United States, including Anchorage, will be celebrating National Welcoming Week. And whereas Welcoming Anchorage will be hosting multiple events during Welcoming Week, including Make It Monday Forum at the Denina Center on September 14th, a naturalization ceremony here in the Assembly Chambers on September 16th, a reception for Anchorage's Consular Corps at the Anchorage Museum on September 17th, and a community celebration at the Northway Mall on September 19th. And whereas being a welcoming, inclusive community will help Anchorage attain its goal of being the #1 city in America to live, work, and play by 2025. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that September 12 through 20, 2015 is Welcoming Week in the Municipality of Anchorage and encourages all residents to join in the community celebrations highlighting welcoming Anchorage, the contributions of our foreign-born residents, and Anchorage's diversity and inclusiveness. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 15th day of 2015. Sorry, of September 2015.
If you'd like to talk to us, you've got the podium. Didn't have to wait in line to do it.
Okay, on behalf of Live, Work, Play initiative led by AEDC, but partnered by all of you, I want to extend my gratitude and thank you all of you to be supporting us in this endeavor. I do not see Anchorage in any other way other than welcoming to all of us. I have been a resident of Anchorage for the last 3 years, and I have not been anything other than supported and loved, and I just wanted to personally thank you all for that.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Hi, Bill. How are you?
Doing well, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, thank you for this resolution on behalf of the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, the Live, Work, Play effort, and all the Live, Work, Play partners. We want to thank you for this recognition, and we want to look forward to your partnership in the coming years as we work towards making Anchorage the #1 city in America to live, work, and play. The young lady who just addressed you is Archana Mishra. She is the Live, Work, Play director, or at least will be through the end of this year. We unfortunately are losing her due to a transfer for her husband back to Australia. So we are excited, though, about the resolution that was presented tonight. The Welcoming Cities effort in welcoming community is a key piece of the many elements that we are trying to bring together that are going to form a very strong foundation upon which our economy can flourish, our businesses can flourish, and our community can flourish in the coming years. So thank you for the support.
Mr. Holman has a question, sir. Mr. Holman?
I have a comment, and what I wanted to do is, again, thank everybody for their endeavors of putting this effort together, this initiative together for the week. And thank you, Mr. Hess, for asking me to pose with a welcomer sign, that I am a welcomer. So welcome to the Assembly Chambers, where it sounds, the Pledge of Allegiance sounds so much better with a full audience. So thank you so much.
Anything else, Bill?
I think we're all done.
Okay, thank you, sir, for being
Thank
here.
you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Flynn, I think you've got the next item. It's item 9B4 off the addendum of the agenda. It's Resolution 2015-260. You pulled that one, Mr. Flynn.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move to set this for a public hearing on September 29.
Any objection from the body? Not seeing any of that's introduced, set for public hearing on the 29th, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We also have item on the addendum of the agenda. We've got item 9F1.
Let's move to introduce.
Third.
And, Mr. Chairman, it actually looks like it might have been approved on the, or schedule set on the addendum, but I wanted to make sure it was clear. Originally, it was introduced with a public hearing date of 9/29/15, but just want to make sure it's reflected that the public hearing is actually scheduled for October 27, 2015.
Okay. Got that, Madam Clerk? Okay. Well, that completes our agenda. So let's go to those items we can now deal with. We're now down to item 11A. I need a motion on item 11A. It's Memorandum 5/16/2015, Anchorage Economic Development Authority Board of Directors appointment.
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to second. Discussion from Assembly members. Please vote. There we go. The item is approved. Now we're down to item 11B, ordinance 2015-51, ordinance to restrict who use the services of the Anchorage Safety Center more than 3 times in a 12-month period.
I'd like to move
Mr.
to,
Hunneman, make a motion on that one,
to
please.
move to postpone indefinitely.
Is there a second? Move to second to postpone indefinitely.
And this is at the request of the administration.
Okay. Discussion from Assembly members. If not, please vote. That is postponed indefinitely. We're now to item 11C, ordinance 2015-83, ordinance amending the Agricultural Municipal Code Title 21. And we're going to make a motion on this one because we've got the other ones introduced tonight. Mr. Honeman, make a motion on this one. Same one, sir.
I'd like to move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Move to second to postpone indefinitely. Any discussion from assembly members? I think you did a good job, Amy. I know, but I know how energetic you are. Everybody needs to vote on this one. We're up to 6. I need to get to 10. One more. There we go. That's postponed indefinitely. Now, we're a little bit earlier. We can't do this before 6 unless I ask Kathy if she's here.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to waive the rules and allow Ms. Wasserman to make her presentation ahead of the 6 o'clock.
No, but you're not telling her she has a whole half hour.
Second.
Sir?
No, the usual 3 minutes, sir.
I second that.
That's unanimous. See, no objection. My clerk, the minutes reflect we changed it. Kathy, come talk to us, man.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take a half an hour. When I was young, no, really, I was really excited to get on the plane and fly out of the rain in Juneau, and I know, I might as well just go home. First of all, I just wanted to stop in, as I try to do every year, to thank Anchorage for your participation in the Alaska Municipal League. We can't get anything accomplished without Anchorage. Many of the small communities depend on Anchorage to help carry the water when they don't have a big enough voice to get something done. As you probably know, we're the only organization that deals with revenue sharing, which is always our top priority. Without it, we're all going to be in deep trouble, and this is going to be a tough, tough year, as you all know. The other issue that we deal with, and thanks to Jennifer Johnston, who was our president 2 years ago, we deal with PERS TERS and the terrible cost that that is putting on municipalities as well. We still don't have that cleared up, but there's hope springs eternal. And then the third item that we always deal with are exemptions, tax exemptions. I just received word this morning that mandated exemptions will raise this year by approximately 6.5%. So that's another slice on our budgets that we have to be able to manage in our own way. As you know, the Municipal League does not deal with individual issues from municipalities, but from the issues that face all of us together. And we have more than enough work to do. We've been very active in the marijuana thing, trying to make sure that each municipality gets to adopt the rules that fits their municipality. We don't try to ever dictate what should happen. That's up to all of you. We just support you and stand behind you in any way we can. I hope you'll all support Mr. Hall, who has been stellar this year in getting a group together and addressing the fiscal climate in our state from a municipal perspective. And we expect to roll that out within the next day or two. We certainly hope that the legislature pays attention to what this committee has come up with, and Mr. Hall has done some great work in that. Also, our annual conference, again, will be in Anchorage, the 16th through the 20th of November. I suppose this is a good thing. We used to go to different communities. We're too large now. Every November, we're only in Anchorage, because on our heaviest day, we attract about 850 people. So we take over the entire Captain Cook. We have a lot of workshops, a lot of training for municipal officials. We bring a lot of business to Anchorage, we hope. I know sometimes they're not always in meetings, so they must be out spending money. But so we certainly look forward to that. We'll be down here in November. And if there's anything we can ever do from our office, certainly call us. Ms. Jones has been wonderful to work with. She's helped us whenever we call with needs from all of you. We just ask that you stay connected with us so that we're all on the same page. The last thing I want to do is go up to the legislature and blather on about something that is not in Anchorage's best interest. So we all need to keep very close, because sometimes, dividing us seems to be a good thing, they think. But anyway, so we're very happy to have Anchorage with us and AML. So that's all.
Take some questions, ma'am.
I will.
Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wasserman, thanks so much for all your energy and your efforts in making sure that we have a great conference every year. Also, I know I share with you the concerns about particularly revenue sharing and mandatory exemptions against our tax base, and it's a burden that I believe the state should be assisting us with. They used to, and certainly wish they could get back to that. I know that there's money in the bank, but I also recognize we have to live a little differently than we have in the past. So, be a challenge that we'll have to confront.
It's going to be a tough year.
Ms. Johnston, ma'am, as past president of the AML.
Do you blather?
I blathered once. It's a bad day.
Anyways, thank you for coming. It's nice to have a reminder. This is the only organization that is statewide, and as we go into this next fiscal climate, I think we all need to get behind AML and speak with one voice and support each other and support the whole state. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from Assembly members?
And I just want to remind you, we are a nonprofit, so we're not making any money off of anything. So
We appreciate you coming here, Kathy, in
Thank you.
November for your meeting. And unlike the last group that came in here, you're not going to tax our security forces to provide security for you guys. So we appreciate you going to Captain Cook.
Thank you.
But Kathy, we appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, next time in business will be the new public hearings. We're not going to start those until 6 o'clock. So we're taking a break now because we can't start until 6. We have time schedules, and our agenda says that public hearing doesn't start till 6. Sometimes it starts later than that, and then tonight it'll start at 6. Thank you, ma'am. Would you like it in my throat? Anyway, we'll start it right at 6 o'clock, okay? We're going to be gone for about half an hour. Thanks. 101 to all the state direct federal pass-through grant fund 231 to fund the human services community matching grant program. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name, clearly spell your last name, and give us your community or place of residence. Anybody at all? Hearing saying no, public testimony is closed. What's wish?
Move to approve.
In discussion from assembly members. Please vote. Should open the screen, Barbara. That is approved.
Mr. Chair,
Ma'am?
can I just have a moment of personal privilege to ask whatever TV station that is that has the light out right there? It's blinding Mr. Steele and myself. I see spots.
I can't see it from here,
Yeah. So if
where was
you
that?
could just
Shut it off.
or turn the light off. It's kind of obnoxious.
Is that out in the door?
Yeah. Thank you. So much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I couldn't see it from this angle. Sorry, Amy.
I can't see anything now.
Should I just tell you vote yes on everything or what?
Probably not going to happen.
Next item in front is item 14B, Resolution AR 2015-242, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating $160,000.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This is for transit bus stop improvements and preventative maintenance. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing seen no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Anything else, Mr. Domowski?
Mr. Chair, I just want to point out that today we did have Jody Cars on the agenda. I believe Jody, was she on the agenda or was she just introduced as the new director for public transit? And I know she's here today, so I just wanted to give a shout out. Very excited to have her as the the transit director.
Good.
And she's here if anybody has questions.
Are you here?
Earlier I said, there she is.
Welcome back.
Please vote. That is approved. Next item in front is item 14C, Resolution AR 2015-243, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating $157,000 from the Birch Tree Elmore Limited Road Service Area, LRSA, Fund 111, fund balance to the Birch Tree Elmore, LRSA, Fund 111, Public Works Department operating budget for the year-round maintenance within the Birch Tree Elmore, LRSA. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Discussion for assembly members? Please vote. What? You have to. Item is approved. Next item in front is item 14D, resolution in 2015-244, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating amounts not to exceed $1,703,982 of jail lease and rental revenue. 14.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Final payment of the correctional facility lease revenue bonds. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and give us your community of residence. Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Discussion, Mr. Holman?
Just to clarify, this action pays off a final payment of a bond, right, on this facility? Is that right, to the administration? Huh? For the bond. It's a great investment for our community. We've needed that space. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Any other discussion? If not, please vote. Item was approved. Next item is item 14E, resolution 2015-250, resolution appropriating $161,720 of area-wide general fund 101 fund balance to the Community Development Authority area-wide general fund 101 as
Waive
contribution.
reading.
Thank you. This one is for Hanson System Upgrades, Electronic Plan Review System, and related hardware, E-Plan. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name. I think they're here for something else. Public hearing is now closed. Anybody?
Move to approve.
You have a motion on it? Second? Ms. Johnson, second. Good. Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, what's our ETA on going live with this? I know we're not even close yet, but where are we at with this?
Mr. Chairman, we're going to ask Chris Schutte to help us answer that question.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, Jerry. Thanks for being here.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Dembowski, this will enable us to move forward tomorrow to start things putting in motion to make this happen. It'll take quite a bit of configuration working with the consultant, but we're hoping right after the first of the year that a lot of this will be in place and the public will be able to start using it, and we'll save them time, energy, resources, as well as the municipal staff.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
Mr. Flynn, do you have anything for him, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Weaver.
Mr. Weaver, sir?
Unfortunately, we have a meeting this Friday with our friends from the school board, so I don't believe anybody on this body will be able to attend your retirement party.
Oh.
But wanted to congratulate you on your impending relaxation. I'm sure we'll have a more formal presentation in the not-distant future.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Flynn. I appreciate that.
Discussion from assembly members? If not, please vote. Item is approved unanimously. Next item in front of us, item 14F, ordinance 2015-97, ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 4.60.030 to remove the term limit of 2 consecutive terms for service on the Historic Preservation Commission. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion, Ms. Johnston, ma'am?
Yes, I'm just wondering, why are we getting rid of term limits? Every board I've been on, I've put term limits in place. So what is causing
I
this?
attended a couple board meetings with this board, and they asked me to bring this forward. The problem is it requires specific skills to be on it, and they can't find enough people. And they are in the process, if we don't do this, of not being able to carry out their mission. So they asked me, could you get it changed to 3 consecutive terms so we can try and keep functioning?
Okay, thank you.
I told them I'd bring it forward. I have no personal investment other than that, ma'am. Ms. Dembowski, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to articulate those sentiments. The skill set to be on this commission is particular. One architect, an art historian, or historic preservation architect, a member with building experience. I mean, there's a historian, an archaeologist, a native cultural advisor with knowledge of local indigenous history and culture. There's just a unique skill set for some of these. Some are obviously, there's numerous in our community, but others are very specific. So I think for this particular commission, it's an appropriate move. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion from assembly members? If not, please vote. The item is approved. We'll let the board know. They'll be excited that they don't have to worry about going inactive. Next item in front of us is item 14G, ordinance 2015-98, ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 16.65 to prohibit smoking and vaping in the Town Square Park including adjacent Alaska Center for the Performing Arts property, right-of-ways, and walkways. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly, spell your last name, and give us your community of residence. Hello, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Miranda Walso, W-A-L-S-O, and I live in Chiaggi River. I was asked to come in and speak on this ordinance for a number of local businesses in the area that were unable to make it tonight. The concerns are with the amendment to the definition, particularly to the electronic smoking devices portion that specifies tobacco or marijuana vapors. There are a large number of electronic smoking devices that don't generically or specifically at all include those types of substances. However, they do often become in similar packaging. It was the request of those in the community that there be some specifics or some additional specifics on this to determine whether it was applicable to things sold in their store, as well as the intent language behind it. That was all.
Anything else, ma'am?
No.
Any questions from assembly members?
Sorry.
Thank you, Miranda.
Okay. Yep.
Anybody else wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. You'll have to take over the chair, guy, because I'm going to have to participate in this.
Can I testify first?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
We've just recently had called through the Ombudsman's office with questions about this particular vaping, the electronic cigarettes or smoking, pertains to restaurants and eating establishments. And of course, as we know, our ordinances don't specifically address that. We have had some noted problems in the town square area of the park. We do have it's I would call one of the crown jewels for inside the urban area of Central Business District, the downtown, adjoining next to a lovely facility at Egan Center on one side where we have conventions and gatherings, as well as the Performing Arts Center, and as well as our City Hall and many businesses around the area. I typically don't want to get involved in what people do outside with their own bodies and persons, but I do believe that much like we can do with people who are trying to involve themselves in certain activities of the First Amendments and things of that nature, I do believe that we have the right to design or designate areas. In this particular case, I think this is worth a try. I'd also be the first one to say, should this pass, that I'd be keeping a keen eye on this, whether or not it's effective. I don't know what kind of burden we see to the police department, because if someone is smoking and using one of these devices in the town square park, it could be of concern. But just wanted to bring those up, and I'd urge passage.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've chosen an interesting piece of the code to do something that I think is worthwhile, but I'll put on the record, I don't consider this to be an anti-smoking or anti-vaping ordinance. I consider this a tool to deal with some of the inappropriate behavior in Town Square Park. I don't see it likely that and I don't think it would be appropriate to extend it to other public parks within the municipality. This is a unique facility in that it is in the middle of our central business district and the core of our heavy tourism areas. So I'm going to support it, but not as an anti-smoking ordinance, but as a let's clean up Town Square Park a little bit more ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. The chair has turned over the gavel as he wants to testify. Mr. Trainey.
No, I'll get.
Okay.
I'll deal with that.
Ms. Johnston.
I'm going to participate in the debates.
Ms. Johnston.
Well, I was concerned because I think if you're going to look at it as an anti-smoking and anti-vaping ordinance, then it should be something, it's either in the parks or not in the parks. And I'm not quite sure, I mean, I agree this is an interesting tool to take care of maybe an issue that can be maybe policed in the town square, but I'm not quite sure if it's the right tool, and because of that, I can't vote for it.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Evans?
Yeah, I have one quick question and one comment on this. The question is, it refers to marijuana smoke. Am I not correct that by dint of one of our previous ordinances, you already can't smoke marijuana in town square?
Mr. Trainey, can you answer that?
I think you can smoke it in town squares. You can smoke tobacco there.
I believe we treated marijuana the same as we treated open containers of alcohol. In any place you can't have an open container, which would be in town square, you can't smoke marijuana.
Let's ask our attorney.
I
He
do
wrote-
believe. Mr. Falsey, you have, or Ms. Tucker, either one, do you have recollection on this writing of the recent ordinance that passed on tobacco in public places? I'm sorry, marijuana in public places.
Mr. Chair, this passed before my tenure on the body. I'm happy to research that issue and get back to you.
Ms. Tucker, do you have recollection on that?
I don't. I think that what you're talking about, though, is not something that passed before his tenure, but something that you recently passed.
No, it was when the first round of marijuana ordinances we passed, we dealt with smoking marijuana in public, and I believe
In public, and that's correct. And so, and under that, I don't believe that it's lawful to smoke marijuana in any public place, including public parks.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker.
That was the question, and the comment is, I too, like Ms. Johnson, really can't support this. While I understand the motivation of trying to gain control over sort of a out-of-control situation that is occurring in Town Square Park at times, I think doing it by this mechanism that you're restricting what is otherwise lawful activity, just not, you take the marijuana out of it, you're just talking about people smoking and people vaping, which is legal, is not the right approach. If there's activities going on in the park that you want to crack down on, whether it's illegal activities or whatnot, crack down on those activities, but don't restrict the rights of regular people who, for whatever reason, want to smoke. They step outside the pack because you can't smoke in the pack. It just seems an overbroad way to handle the Town Square problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, have a bit of a problem. I don't know how many times, whenever I go to the PAC and you have a break in a performance, everybody rushes for a glass of wine, a cigarette, and I think us non-smokers are trying to push too far on this particular issue. I don't like having a smoking zone right in front of the doors, but it seems to me that it's a legal activity, and therefore I guess we ought to at least understand that and try to make a place for it where you can segregate from those people who don't like it. So I probably will be a no vote also.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Dimboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. The AO that Mr. Evans is referencing is 2015-65, and it's an ordinance amending municipal code on secondhand smoke to control, including smoking marijuana. So that was passed in June. And Mr. Falsey, there's the number you can look at. But with that said, not only is it illegal to smoke marijuana in the park, but if you're smoking it in public, there's also a $100 fine. So I would like the police chief to come up and tell me if they're utilizing that avenue before we single this particular park out for special considerations that maybe won't be utilized.
Chief Mew.
Is it Chairman Trainee or stand-in Chairman Honeman?
Chair's
and Mr. Demboski. We are using the ordinances that this Assembly recently enacted. In fact, I saw some numbers on that recently and was pleased to see that we were issuing citations. Unfortunately, I can't quote you what they are, and I don't know how many of them are in Town Square Park, but my guess is that the Town Square will be represented in those numbers.
And so the mechanisms that you have right now with Town Square Park with the smoking ordinance, the ban in parks, or not in parks, the ban including the secondhand smoke with relating to marijuana, that and the public smoking of marijuana. Those two opportunities, do you think the APD has the tools in their toolbox to deal with this issue through those mechanisms?
If I understood your question correctly,
It wasn't very articulate. I'll give you that.
We do have smoke. It is illegal to smoke marijuana in public. You can possess it in your pocket in Town Square Park. You can't consume it in public. So we do make those cases when we can, and we have been making them. This ordinance would give us another tool to address things in Town Square Park, but I'm not going to tell you that we are completely unable to enforce marijuana bans right now. We're only limited by when we're there.
Okay. Thank you, Chief New. So with that, I think some of my
Chief, you might want to hang just a second.
Stay there.
Thank you. I think some of my colleagues have put it more eloquently, obviously, than I can tonight. But the fact is, we do have mechanisms right now in law to address public consumption of marijuana. And I think Ms. Johnston is completely correct. If we're going to address this specifically to Town Square Park, we need to look at the policy regarding all of our parks. I think we need continuity. So I won't be supporting it for that, but I understand and I appreciate the direction you're going in, Mr. Trainee, trying to deal with that issue in Town Square Park, but I would just encourage the police department to use the tools they have.
Thank you, Mr. Zabosky. Mr. Trainee, you had a question?
Chief, do you have a position on this ordinance?
We would favor it. The idea first came to my attention from the SROs who patrol the park during the summer, and I don't know if you heard from them or
That's the
it
reason
came
I
up.
brought it forward. I heard from the SROs.
So, yeah, we think it would give us another tool that would be useful for maintaining order and the health and safety of the park.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to make one comment because when Mr. Trainee brought this forward to my office, one of the other sections under current code prohibits smoking in outdoor stadiums and theaters and amphitheaters and things like that. And so my understanding from Mr. Trainee was that there's a part of the park, but not the whole park, that's set up like an amphitheater, and that he wanted this to be designated for not only the marijuana, but for tobacco reasons also, as an area that, like one of the other specific areas called out in the ordinance, would just be a single park that's right in the middle of downtown that could be a smoke-free park. Mr. Trainee, if I'm misstating.
Go ahead, Julia. You're fine.
Okay. Then you'll interrupt me. So that's one point. And then in consulting with Mr. Falsey, I'm not sure if the ordinance that Ms. Dembowski cited, which I haven't had a chance to look at, is the same one that Mr. Evans was talking about. There's been a suite of them brought forward through the Department of Law, but there is an overall general ordinance that prohibits smoking marijuana in any public place, and that would include a park. I'm just not sure if that's the same one that the Assembly was considering when they talked about the other enclosed places. So that would take some time for me to trace back exactly which one it is, but it's in there that they can't smoke in public any place. Marijuana. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my concern is that if we pass this for one park, someone from another part of town will want their park to be included in, so we'll get a string of people will be coming here asking us to add their park to the list where it's no longer allowed to be vaped in or smoked in. And so I think I'm probably going to be a no vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Falsey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're doing some extemporaneous legal research here. I wanted to pass along that it was AO 2015-7 which banned the consumption of marijuana in a public place, which would include parks.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Appreciate that. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Chairman. Brought this forward because it was asked by the SROs to bring it forward. They need this tool to help what they do down there. Every summer, we send the SROs down there. Year after year, they've been complaining about they need this tool in their toolbox. I don't intend to bring it anywhere else, but for Town Square's unique part of Anchorage, the tourists from all over the United States come to Alaska, and the first thing they have to do is walk through a cloud of smoke in Town Square. It makes no sense to do that. So, for whatever reason, you don't want to vote for it, fine. But what will end up happening is it will come back in front of us again. I was watching this mayor when he came in, said he wanted to clean up Town Square. This is a tool for the mayor to clean up town square. I was also watching when they were interviewing a gentleman that's living down there in town square. He says, "We've taken over, you can't have it back." Yes, we can, in fact, take town square back. This will be an attempt to clean up town square. So that's the reason I brought it forward, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. If no other comments, we probably need to vote on this. Handing the chair back. We were acting up.
Any other comments? Please vote. Looks like you can keep smoking down there. Next item in front of us is item 14H, ordinance 2015-94, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations, section 21.15, to modify and update the plat review checklist and survey standard specifications. It's brought to us by Community Development Department. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward and testify. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, public testimony is closed.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Debate. Okay. Please vote. That item is approved. Now, we're going to get into item 14I, 14J.
Mr. Chairman.
And 14J4. I need a motion from you, Mr. Honeman.
Mr. Chair, I move to combine the public hearings on 14I and 14J to include testimony on AO 2015-95, AO 2015-96, AO 2015-96S version, and AO 2015-96S1.
Second.
Moving to second. Is there any discussion from Assembly members? Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, Madam Clerk, we're going to unify the hearing on this. What it means in English is you only get to testify once. So you can't testify once on 96, then come back and testify on something else. You testify once. You'll have 3 minutes to testify, and when this obnoxious red light comes on, your 3 minutes are up. It'll get there faster than you think it will. So we've got people set up by number. We're going to take section 1 first, and we're going to work our way through it. So everybody gets to testify. And please, we're not going to have applauding. We're not going to have booing and hissing. Everybody in this town has a right to state their opinion, even if you don't like it. Welcome to the meeting, sir. We're going to need you to spell your name correctly, state your name, and give us your community of residence.
Thank you, Chairman Trainee. My name is the Reverend Andy Bartell. I live and work in Abbott Loop. Last name Bartel. First and foremost, I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Evans and Mr. Flynn for bringing this bill forward and trying to work to make this come together. I want to say that discrimination is not a Christian value. I'm from the United Methodist tradition, and I want to read a brief snippet for you from what our Book of Discipline says about this specific issue. It is entitled Equal Rights Regardless of Sexual Orientation. And if you'll forgive me, our denomination moves even slower than municipal government, so I will add also gender identity. Certain basic human rights and civil liberties are due all persons. We are committed to supporting those rights and liberties for all persons, regardless of sexual orientation, and I add gender identity. We see a clear issue of simple justice in protecting the rightful claims where people have shared material resources, pensions, guardian relationships, mutual powers of attorney, and other such lawful claims, typically attendant to contractual relationships that involve shared contributions, responsibilities and liabilities, and equal protection before the law. My friends, the church is not persecuted in this. I would love to see the religious exemptions stripped out altogether. The persecuted are our LGBTQ sisters and brothers, and thank you for seeking to protect them.
Thank you. There are no questions, sir. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Hello, my name is Bill Herman, Herman. I'm from Eastridge of Airport Heights and a member of the Anchorage Quaker meeting. Our full name is the Anchorage Monthly Meeting of the Religious Society of Friends, Seekers of Truth. We often say the truth gained through our worship and listening for God's discernment is more holy to us than the book. And by the book, I mean the Bible. We all minister to each other. We don't have any hierarchy or leadership. The reason I mention our lack of hierarchy is when we decide on some action or statement, everyone in our meeting must feel that it speaks for him or her, or we don't move forward. No leadership can push for something without unity. When Proposition 5 was considered back in 2012, all in our group received truth in the following statement. We recently reviewed that statement, and again, there was consensus that it speaks as strong now as it did then. Here it is. The Anchorage Monthly Meeting of the Religious Society of Friends, Seekers of Truth, Quakers, is led to affirm that our gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender friends and our neighbors, friends and neighbors, should have the same basic civil rights to housing, employment, and business as anyone else. We believe that there is that of God within everyone, and that we are called to treat others with respect of that spirit within each human being. We believe everyone should be able to rent an apartment, get a job, buy a house without fear of discrimination. Historically, Quakers were spirit-led to join the movements of the abolition of slavery, non-discrimination, and women's rights. Those were long, difficult struggles, but Americans now widely accept that we should not discriminate based on race or gender. We believe that the movement for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender civil rights is the next step in creating a more just world. We are all people, and all should be treated with dignity as God calls us all to do. As Quakers, we support the passage of this, at that time it was proposition, but now ordinance, and invite you to join us in that support. And we're in favor of the S1 version.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thanks for being here. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is the Reverend Martin Eldred. I'm a pastor in the Evangelical Lutheran Church of America, one of the largest mainline Protestant churches in the United States, one that is proud to have passed in 2009 a resolution that supports exactly these kind of rights. So I stand to be in favor of AO 215-96 S1. I've been honored to serve as a pastor in Eagle River, and let me spell my name, I'm sorry, E-L-D-R-E-D. I've lived in Eagle River for almost 20 years, been a pastor for almost 30. I serve a Lord who made it his mission to reach out and welcome those whose society had deemed outcast and unacceptable, who spent more time with those derided by society than with pastors like me. I'm also a proud parent of a gay man who is also currently studying to be a pastor in the Lutheran Church. I could not be prouder. He and his husband, Ryan, were married 2 years ago. It pains me to know that they could not be married in the church where Paul grew up, because at that time our state didn't allow it. Now they could be married here, but even if they moved back, they could be denied housing or employment because of a picture that someone saw on their desk or on their Facebook site, just simply for who they love and who they are. As a parent and as a citizen, that's embarrassing and painful to me. To me, this is a moral outrage that this ordinance and amendment will rectify. We live in a wonderful country that I'm proud to be a part of, that was founded in part on the basic principle of a divine right that all men are created equal. Now, admittedly, we have spent 239 years living and growing into what that term means. So we grew into men without property could now be equal. Then men who were property could now be equal. Then women could now be equal. And finally, people of color could now be equal and vote. And now we come to a point in our nation's history, in our municipality's history, when we are urged to live up to that creed that all people are created equal. My gay neighbors and my lesbian neighbors, my transgender and bisexual neighbors, that all of them, including Paul and Ryan and all the friends that I know in this community, can work and live not in fear, but in love. You are equal, they need to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. There are no questions. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Glenn Kravis, C-R-A-V-E-Z. I'm not a minister or a rabbi, but I am a mediator and an attorney.
What part of town do you live in, sir?
I'm sorry, Jewel Lake.
Okay, thank you, sir.
My wife Pam and I have lived, worked, and played in Anchorage since 1981. We've raised our 2 sons here. One's straight and one's gay. We want them both to have the same opportunities to work and live in our society, including this community. Several years ago, I approached Phyllis Rhodes at Identity, Inc. with the idea that we needed to transform this issue that's before you tonight into something other than yet another divisive fight between liberals and conservatives. After all, many successful businesses had already included the LBGT community in their internal non-discrimination policies, and it was helping their bottom line to do so. Phyllis Rhodes and I met with Assemblyman Hall, who was supportive of our approach. We met with Bill Popp at AEDC and with Andrew Halcrow at the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce, and with Michelle Brown at United Way, and with many other business leaders in this community. All were supportive. And so the One Anchorage, One Economy effort as a part of AEDC's Live, Work, Play initiative was born. One Anchorage, One Economy supports diversity and non-discrimination because it's the right thing to do and because it's good for business. Regarding the ordinance, I personally am very supportive and appreciative of Assemblyman Evans and Flynn working together on this issue. In this day and age, this shouldn't be a divisive issue. Anchorage faces some challenges in the short term with falling oil prices and state budget cuts, but our future is bright if we all stand together as one. I want to thank this Assembly for showing true leadership on this issue and for making the effort to pull this community together. I encourage you to adopt a fully inclusive ordinance extending the non-discrimination protections to our LBGT residents without delay. Thank you very much.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir. Welcome, ma'am.
I'm short.
That's all right. Some of us are.
I don't know, maybe that's discrimination too. My name is Shirley Smith. Last name is S-M-I-T-H.
What part of town are you from, ma'am?
What I would like to read to you is just the brief highlighted parts.
What part of town are you from?
I'm sorry?
What part of town are you from? What part of Anchorage?
I'm right behind the credit union that was robbed the other week.
And I know you're 36.
So just down the street. Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
In the 14th paper of the Anchorage Dispatch News, and I'm going to read it briefly, and I quote, "In 2012, Anchorage voters, of which I am one, overwhelmingly, that's not one or two extra, that is the people, spoke and said they rejected Proposition 5, which would have added legal protections for gays, lesbians, and so on." And then it goes on to say that Prevost and his institution generally wants to see religious-based exemptions for individuals and instructions. Our concern would be exemptions for religious schools and so on. It said that when Jim Minery, the president of Alaska Family Action, was called and asked for his opinion, none was returned. I don't understand. If the people have said no, what part of NO does the city council understand? They've said no. The people voted, the people spoke. I love all people because my Lord says we are too. But what's next? Are we going to allow those who like to do it with animals or children or whatever? Well, right now that's against the law, but sooner or later we're going to say, well, hey, they have rights too. When do we draw the line? We've drawn the line just like was done before. It's in the sand. Do we cross over it and say anything's possible? Let's just go for it. I mean, really, Mr. Evans and Mr. Flynn, you've tried to work together on something, but the people spoke to you. Do you not hear the people? Do you ignore them? Do you do just what you want to please? I don't understand. Could you explain to me? Because this word says no. In the beginning, it said Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, not Adam and his preference. What you do in your bedroom should stay in your bedroom. It should not be part of your job requirement. It should not be the reason that they deny you a job. I don't get it. Am I in the wrong time zone? Did I get, instead of beamed up, got beamed down? I don't know. I thought the people spoke to you guys. I thought it spoke to everyone. No wonder people don't want to vote. It does seem to do no good. Could you explain that to me, please? Anybody?
Thank you, ma'am. Your time's up. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you, Mr. Dringen.
Mr. Dabowski, ma'am.
I don't have a question. I'll just make a comment to the members of the public. This is our opportunity to hear what you have to say. It's inappropriate for us to get in debate with people that are testifying. This shouldn't be intimidating, and you shouldn't feel like you're being attacked because maybe you're saying something. So if we don't answer, it's not because we're not hearing you or respecting what you're saying. It's just with our decorum and rules, it's not appropriate for us to debate the speakers.
Thank you, Amy. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Walt Monaghan, M-O-N-E-G-A-N.
Where per Vancouver you from, sir?
Chugiak. My wife and I have been living there, I moved in there in 69, I think. I'm here to speak against any level of codified discrimination. As a retired police officer who had been educated by the community for 33 years of service here, I don't believe I've ever met anyone who didn't expect to be treated with honesty, fairness, and respect, regardless of the conditions, regardless what they had done. Everybody wanted that. I also believe that if we could eliminate, we as a society could eliminate discrimination all across the board, we'd see a huge drop of numbers in personal crimes, violence, even substance abuse, which has spin-offs to so many other different areas. Now, I was educated in all of this because of my experience. I do realize that you as public leaders are similarly educated in this. So I won't try to lecture on anything, except I'd like to remind you on a couple of things. First, I believe that every man, woman, and child have almost a primordial need to be both recognized and accepted. This was a lesson that I learned through all those contacts, thousands of them, whether I was dealing with community leaders or the community homeless. I also believe that our founding fathers were also aware of this and had intentionally included the doctrine of equality in our nation's principles. Sadly, we already have far too much of our society held at arm's length by stubbornness and lies. And I think it's by people who want to scratch these lines across society for their own particular reasons and either doesn't see or will not see that it'll only bring hurt, resentment, and hate. History is kind of replete with such languages, to include here in Alaska, which is kind of ironic, since our territorial government passed this nation's first anti-discrimination law back in 1945. But the second thing, which I really want all of you to kind of consider, is that if you pass an ordinance that allows conditions for continued discrimination, are you really alleviating the discrimination for those who are subject to it? There is no law against being gay.
Chief, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
No questions. Thank you, Chief. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Assembly. My name is Kevin McGee, M-C-G-E-E. I live on the east side, Muldoon.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Kevin McGee, and I have lived in Anchorage for the past 42 years. I am writing to urge you to support AO 96S1. As an officer and member of the NAACP Anchorage branch, it should be known this isn't the first time the NAACP has stepped out on principle on an issue that affects the lives of LGBT people. Those of us celebrating their decision to support marriage equality must now also step up on the organization's behalf. Once again, the NAACP has shown leadership as a civil rights standard bearer. Those of us beaming with pride, celebrating this bold stand, timed for maximum impact, must do more than applaud from the sidelines. The NAACP's unequivocal endorsement of marriage equality in 2012 means that we will stand in solidarity with the LGBT community in all aspects of equal justice and protections under the law. And thus the NAACP will protest, fight, and defend all Alaskans whenever others attempt to discriminate by any means. In conclusion, the NAACP Anchorage supports efforts to end discrimination against gay men, lesbians, and transgender individuals in all areas of American life, where all citizens deserve equal protection and equal opportunity under the law. Anchorage's strength is in diversity and unity. There is no lawful reason to permit discrimination. Please support AO 96S, a truly inclusive equal rights ordinance for Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thanks for being here. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Drew Phoenix, Phoenix, and I live in Assemblyman Hall's district on Forest Park Drive. First of all, I want to thank Assemblyman Evans and Assemblyman Flynn very, very much for putting forth these legal measures to protect gay and transgender Alaskans. Thank you very much. I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I was born in a small farm town near Dayton, Ohio, the youngest of 5 kids. I was raised in the church and taught to respect and treat everyone just as I want them to respect and treat me. I was taught to study diligently, to work hard, and to give back to my community. And these values instilled in me as a young child are still the core principles by which I live here in Alaska. I have 3 master's degrees, one of them in ordained ministry. I served churches in Baltimore and Washington, D.C. for 21 years. I've served on boards of numerous nonprofits and contributed very generously to their work. I am all of these things, and I am much more. I am also a transgender man. That means that I was assigned the female sex at birth, but I've always, even as a young person, identified as male. And several years ago, I took steps to transition to living full-time as a man, my true gender identity. I moved to Anchorage from Baltimore, Maryland in 2008 to assume a really great career position here. I was very excited to come to this beautiful place and expecting a lot of opportunity to come my way and thinking that I would feel just as included as I did in Baltimore. Unfortunately, this has not been my experience, nor the experience of many transgender young people and adults in Anchorage. Not long after moving here, I was denied housing. I was denied housing even though I qualified in every possible way. I had a well-paying job, and I had pay stubs to prove it. I had pretty good credit rating, which, in this day and age is pretty hard to have, right? My references were stellar, and yet they denied me housing. I was like, why? Why on earth? What's wrong? Do you need some other kind of paperwork? And they said, no, your credit history shows a woman's name on it. And I said, well, I am transgender. That is my former name. And now my name is Drew. And they said, well, then, we can't rent to you. Can you imagine if your son was denied housing and yet qualified just like me? How would you feel? What would you think? And it happened more than once to me. And my story is just one of many. Transgender adults and youth in this city are denied service at restaurants, barred from using locker rooms in fitness clubs, and denied safe, appropriate restroom use that corresponds to their gender identity. We're better than this. This is not the Anchorage that you and I love. This doesn't reflect our values.
Thank you, Drew. There are no questions.
Thanks.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Diane Mead, M-E-A-D. I am a proud resident.
Drag that up if you want, a little bit higher.
I'm a
It's like it
proud.
doesn't work for short people, it doesn't work for tall people either.
My name is Diane Mead, M-E-A-D. I'm a proud resident of Mountain View. First, I wanted to thank Patrick Flynn and Bill Evans for working together to kind of get a more inclusive ordinance. I think one that accomplishes their goal. I am a trans woman. In 2009, I was evicted from my home for being transgender. I talked to the landlords about what was going on, and they had no idea why I was being evicted. And the property manager refused to use my name, refused to use the proper pronouns and gender identity, and gave me no reason. I think Anchorage is a great community. I was born here. I was raised in Eagle River. But I think our community has a problem with people I don't understand. I think it's important that we have an ordinance that protects us and our youth from discrimination. So I just want to voice my support of S1. And thanks.
Thank you. No questions. Welcome to the meeting. I know it works for short people, you just got to drag it down.
And back down. I am Colleen Heaney, H-E-A-N-E-Y. I am also a proud resident of Mountain View. I am so thankful that Flynn and Evans are working together to make an inclusive non-discrimination ordinance. I feel very strongly in favor of this because it personally affects me as a lesbian. I am happily married, but I walk in fear every time I go grocery shopping with my wife that someone from my job might see me and I might be fired just for being a lesbian. I moved up here 3 years ago for my job as a preschool teacher. I am a wonderful teacher according to all of the parents. I have very satisfied families, but I work for a religious organization, and because I teach not religious doctrine, but I happen to teach in a religious organization, I fear that the current religious exceptions and exemptions would still have me at risk of being fired for being lesbian. So I strongly urge you to reconsider the wording of those particular exemptions, but I strongly support AO 96S1. Thank you.
There are no questions. Thank you. With the meeting.
My name is Paul Moon, P-A-U-L-M-O-O-N, living in Anchorage, Stockagon Heights. I think we, all of us, forgot, don't remember, or ignore, even reject about where we came from. Not even one, no one, came from same-sex orientation and other orientation, including all species. I strongly against this ordinance added to the anti-discrimination law because it creates the hatred wall between all other community. The LGBT community don't need the skill, the suing people or organization. They need more career skill and human relation skill. The LGBT community don't need separate from other community. They need to live together with peace of mind. The LGBT community need help cure from other faith-based community because sexual orientation is not physical and mental issue. This is spiritual issue. If this is physical issue or mental issue, maybe physician or psychiatrist, they can help. But say again, it is spiritual issue. So faithful community will open arms with the spiritual guidance and we'd like to give you compass for the future. We need support, develop faith-based community and all truthful community. Now, are we going to leave this tragic ordinance to next generation in Anchorage? It is all up to you. Whether we are going to have a big time non-refundable regret, or have a big time rewarded rejoice for all. Thank you.
No question, sir. I will remind everybody that when you're speaking to somebody, not the TV screen or the audience. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Nico Romaine Stout, ROMEIJN-STOUT, and Mr. Chairman, I live in your neighborhood. I'm a United Methodist pastor, but more importantly, I stand before you as a Christian this evening, and a Christian as a member of a community that earnestly must repent for its past sins of discrimination against all those who are not straight white males. I stand before you this evening as a straight white male born into privilege in this society, with nothing to risk this evening because of that privilege I was born into. I believe we are called by a God who is love to earnestly embrace and love all those who walk this earth with us. We are called by God to bend the arc of history towards justice and the equitable treatment of all. I stand before you this evening in full knowledge that people who look like me and speak like me, members of the Western White Church, have done devastating harm in shaping our society to be the way that it is. We are wrong when we discriminate against people whose skin color is different than our own. We are wrong when we have discriminated against women, and we are wrong when we discriminate on the basis of gender or sexual identity. I stand amongst a great many clergy who faithfully follow and teach as they were taught, a great many Christians who faithfully follow and teach as they taught. And I stand to tell you that what we have taught and what we have been taught has so often been wrong. We must embrace one another with love and respect. We must embrace one another with equality and justice. My fervent prayer this evening is that we are united in love. Love in our hearts as we discern a way forward. Love in our eyes as we gaze at one another. Love in our words as we deliberate. And it is my plea that we pass this one small step, that in itself is not enough, but that we pass this one small step towards justice, towards the future, that we are on the right side of history as a city, and that we do so not counting a minority and a majority, but that we do so united, unanimously embracing the truth that we are called as human beings to embrace one another. We are called to be community. We are called to indiscrimination, not with divided voices, Anchorage, but with one voice may we do this together. Justice has been deferred far too long. Thank you to Mr. Evans for bringing this bill forward, and to Mr. Flynn for your work in perfecting it. I stand in support of the S1 version.
No questions. Thank you, sir. Amanda, how's it going? Are we done with the ones yet? We're now on the twos? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, my name is Maria Crawford, C-R-A-W-F-O-R-D, and I live in South Anchorage. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, a product of the Anchorage School District. Hi, Coach Jennifer. An artist and small business owner, a cisgendered woman and straight ally of the diverse LGBTQ community in Anchorage. I would like to tell you about one of my most favorite people to have ever graced the earth with their presence. His name was Peter Leland Lonato, and I was fortunate enough to be his niece. Our time together was often full of adventures and new experiences. "Let's go bebopping around," he would say, and I would race him out of the house. It meant that the two of us would spend the day together meandering through record shops and bookstores, visiting museums and galleries, going to the theater, or just finding a quiet spot to sit and meditate. He was a vital part to my development and helped me to find my voice as an artist. Peter had a beautiful heart, but it was also very heavy. My uncle was gay. My uncle was gay, and he was ashamed. He carried that burden with him despite having friends and family who loved and supported him for who he was. We were very close, and even my parents joked that if he could have birthed me, he would have. But even he never shared with me what happened to make him feel such shame and self-loathing about his sexuality. Was it his devout Catholic faith that told him he wasn't worthy? Was there some figure in the past who terrorized him into believing there was something wrong with him? Is it because he lived so long in the shadow of his friends and family who died in the AIDS epidemic and he had survivor's guilt? It seems he was never able to silence those negative voices that scarred his heart. Maybe if he had lived in another period of time, he could have enjoyed sharing all of himself with the world instead of only a small glimmering light. Peter died in 2012, and I miss him terribly. And life continues. My husband and I are now proud auntie and uncle to our own very smart and precocious 18-month-old niece, Quinn. Even though he is gone, Peter is our guardian star for what type of relationship we want to have with Quinn. We want to be the kind of point of view enlarging, life experience sharing, critical thinking skills teaching, dependable and unconditional love giving family to our Quinn as Peter was to me. One way of honoring Peter while simultaneously doing something positive for Quinn's future is to testify before you today in support of updating the non-discrimination ordinance to include sexual orientation and gender identity and expression. Quinn is discovering new things every day about the world around her and her place in it, and I want to ensure that she feels secure and welcome as she continues to develop. Her growing sense of self and identity will be fluid and organic. I wish for her to have the ability of becoming who she feels she is without shame.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Hi, my name is Tristan Walsh, W-A-L-S-H, and I live off of Boniface.
Thank you.
I am a relatively recent transplant compared to some of the speakers here tonight. I moved to Anchorage here 3 years ago from Fairbanks. I was born and raised there, and I graduated from the Catholic schools. I've been openly gay since I was 14, and I have to say that one of the reasons I liked the idea of moving here was because this one day could be law here, where you could be protected and not discriminated against based on your sexual orientation or your gender identity. I'd just like to remind you that this is a move that's backed by the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, 96% of the Fortune 500 companies, and the LGBT Chamber of Commerce. I also strongly congratulate you guys on including gender identity and especially making sure it's especially clarified on who's protected under that language. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello, my name is Melissa Green, G-R-E-E-N, and I live in the North Star neighborhood. I have been a resident of Anchorage from 1982 to 1987 and again from 1990 to the present. Over the years, I've been involved with 3 studies of sexual orientation and gender identity discrimination in Alaska. Most recently, I was the principal investigator of the Anchorage LGBT Discrimination Survey, which was conducted in the municipality in early 2011. That survey came about as a direct result of the last time the question of including sexual orientation and gender identity in Anchorage's Equal Rights Code came before this body during the summer of 2009. A number of people testified that summer of incidents of discrimination that they had recently experienced in Anchorage, as have done so already tonight. But even so, there were some who persistently claimed that there was no evidence of discrimination to make an ordinance necessary. I've heard the same claims today. I'm sure we'll hear more of them even tonight after tonight's testimony. contrary to the evidence that's been given. Well, we did the survey because of that. We did it in 2011. We had 268 LGBT respondents talking about their experiences of discrimination and harassment and violence in Anchorage because of gender identity and sexual orientation. I'm not going to rattle off a lot of statistics right now. I did send an email to all of you this morning which has some of those statistics. And anyone else here who cares to read them can find them at anchoragecommunity.org. But I will summarize by saying that 3/4 of our respondents reported experiencing at least one incident of violence, intimidation, or harassment while in Anchorage, and about 44% reported experiencing harassment and discrimination in the workplace. Some of those were actually fired from their jobs because of gender identity and sexual orientation. Transgender respondents experienced discrimination at even higher rates. And the rates of discrimination reported here in Anchorage are consistent with the levels experienced by LGBT populations in other localities and in the nation as a whole, as reported in several national surveys. In closing, I urge passage of a version of AO 96. I personally prefer 96S that is specific in its definition of religious exemptions. Thank you.
There are no questions. Thank you. Welcome to the meeting.
Good evening. My name is Mary Parker, Parker, and I live in the Russian Jack area.
Thank you.
I'm a member of the Anchorage chapter of PFLAG, Parents, Family, and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. I know it's a mouthful. And I'm here to testify first on behalf of our chapter. Our chapter supports ratification of a fully inclusive non-discrimination ordinance. Over the 20-plus years, our chapter has been engaged in advocacy, education, and support of family members and friends in this community. We have witnessed many occasions of discrimination and harassment of people based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. We are fully aware of the harm that discrimination and harassment does to individuals and those who care about them. We look forward to a near future where our family members and friends who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender will no longer be denied or threatened with the denial of housing, employment, or other means of participating fully in and contributing to the success of the municipality and the general community of Anchorage. We therefore urge you to pass a fully inclusive, non-discrimination ordinance that includes sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression. And secondly, just briefly, I was born here in Anchorage a very long time ago. I have 2 children, both girls, born here in Anchorage, reared here in Anchorage. One is lesbian, one is not. I would dearly love to be able to offer those children an equal community, an equal experience, and equal protection were they ever to return to live here in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. I am the Reverend Julia Seymour, Seymour, and I live and pay property tax in Eagle River. Just like to be clear about that. Mr. Flynn, Mr. Evans, thank you very much for your work on this, and I realize it's a lot of hours, and I spent time today praying for both of you. So, Mr. Trainee, Mr. Chairman, you've seen me and my crocheting here before. This in particular, Covenant House downtown asked for scarves and hats and mittens for the people who are staying there. And I just would like to point out to you and to the Assembly that there's more than one way to keep people out of the cold. Teenagers in particular who are gay and lesbian, bisexual, and transgendered suffer a very high rate of homelessness and suicide, both of which don't need any help statistically in our city. And I it's very hard to sit here and to see all of you stand and applaud being a welcoming city, and yet to know that there are people in our city who are not welcome, who don't feel welcome everywhere. I want to be really clear that gender identity is something that people learn about in themselves. They're born with it and they discover, and coming out with it is a really big issue, but it's something that is real every single day and consistent every single day. And what I worry about that I'm seeing reflected here and in our city is that Christian identity is supposed to be the same thing. It's real when you come to it, and it's supposed to be the same every day. But we seem to experience in this community Christians who say one thing about what they want Jesus to think about them, but they do something else about what they've heard Jesus say about others. And I think Christianity and following Christ is supposed to be the same day after day after day. And we're not asking the Assembly to make any decision about medical or scientific or psychological standing or even religious background, but about civil rights. And when people are denied standing because they are not included in the non-discrimination clause, they can't prove anything. And so they are denied the civil rights and the civil protections of being citizens of a welcoming city. As a pastor of a congregation with rainbow flags in the front, I will do my job to make sure Christian identity is consistent and welcoming in the name of Jesus Christ. And I'm asking you all to do your jobs and to make Alaskan identity and the welcome to all people consistent in Anchorage.
Thank you, Reverend.
Hi, my name is Cal Bacon, B-A-C-O-N, from South Anchorage. I am 22 years old. I was born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska. I am Alaska Native, Athabascan on my mom's side. Currently, I work full-time as a pre-K teacher at a daycare. I also go to school part-time at UAA. My major is human services, and after I graduate, I hope to be able to find a job where I can help people in need. Another fact about me is that I'm a trans man. I was born a female, but have always identified as a male for as long as I can remember. I came out to my friends and my family about a year ago, and I was overwhelmed by the amount of support that I've received from almost everyone. To my friends, being trans didn't matter. It's just another fact about me, along with the fact that I'm a huge Superman fan, or that I have a cat that I rescued from a tree when I was 8. In the eyes of my loved ones, I'm still the same person, regardless of gender, identity. I'm still a person that matters. My hope is that today we can get a law passed so that all trans people will be given rights that we deserve, not only as American citizens, but also as human beings. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Amber Sawyer, and I live on the south side, Lake Otis and 80th, best area. For a moment, I would like you all to think about your own lives instead of ours. Give me just a few moments of your time. Most of you have children. I'd like to imagine that you're going to support your child at an athletic tournament, but before you go, you have to ask your child if you're allowed to be there at the same time as your spouse. If you have to have your child ask the coach to make sure that you can give your own child a hug at a wrestling match, for example, when he wins. I would like you to think about what it would be like if your daughter got pregnant and had to call every OBGYN and pediatrician she was considering to make sure both you and your spouse could be there for your grandchild. I would like you to imagine having to go to the ER in an ambulance and try and stay conscious and alert enough while dealing with the medical emergency to make sure that you are brought to the medical site where your children and your spouse can come in to make sure if you have, in my case, another seizure, the hospital knows the right information. All of these are situations I personally, as a lesbian, have had to deal with. And every single one of them have happened since 2009, when we had the hearing last time. And I sat here and listened to my community members say, this is not an issue. Since that time, I have also had a number of different instances happen. One here in Anchorage that I would like to bring to your attention was having a coworker come see me at lunchtime, out and about, just sitting at a restaurant with my wife and my daughter, and suddenly that afternoon file a complaint about me for my work performance. At the time, I worked for the state of Alaska, and I was a probationary employee. When you work for them, a certain number of complaints get filed, and no matter if they are upheld or not, an investigation happens. When that happened to me, I ended up losing my job. Even when the labor union got involved and asked how many were filed, who filed what exactly was filed, every single one of the complaints was filed by the one employee that saw me sitting with my daughter and my wife having lunch. They came just to see me. We weren't anywhere near my office. I was not on the clock, but it impacted my work very heavily. So heavily and so obviously did it impact my workplace that when the appeal happened, the lawyers for the state labor union were told that it was not because of discrimination, even though we couldn't ask about that.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, sir. My name is Nolan Willis, W-I-L-L-I-S. I hail from Up Eagle River Road. You might know that a lot of us Christians are concerned about anti-discrimination legislation in general. Here's the reason for our concern, so please bear with my explanation. Even though my explanation is religious in nature, I believe that it may provide insight regarding our resistance to laws that either directly or indirectly threaten our ability to lawfully practice our faith in good conscience. Here's the deal. According to the gospel that we believe, all have sinned and fallen short of God's glory. There are no exceptions to this. When God judges a straight sinner, he doesn't show partiality, and he doesn't show partiality when he judges a gay sinner. We're all the same. And it's because of this that God sent his Son to die in our place. That is the crux of the gospel. And if anyone has ever told you differently, I apologize on their behalf because they haven't told you the truth. I stand here today as a sinner just like any other person, but only because of Jesus Christ am I any different. This being said, if we acknowledge and believe that Jesus is Lord, as I do, we cannot, and I cannot in good conscience, support or condone the very actions that brought God's wrath upon Jesus, whom he took God's wrath in our place. Why should we be forced, those of us who are Christians and believe this, under penalty of law, to betray our Lord and to deny him by giving our approval or support to the very evils that cost Jesus' life in our place? We Christians cannot and will not do that. That would be denying him. Jesus said that if we deny him before men, he'll deny us before the Father. This explains why devout Christians around the country refuse to provide services to gay weddings and other matters that are issues of conscience. In a few of these cases, Christians have knowingly put their businesses and livelihoods at risk due to existing anti-discrimination laws that were on the books wherever they lived. Our actions are not motivated by hatred by or against the LGBT community. Please don't get that impression. They're motivated by our faith in Jesus Christ. This is to say that our discrimination is not against the people, but it's against the lifestyle on the basis of our conscience and our conscience alone. There's a difference, because Jesus does call us to love our neighbors as ourselves. He also calls us to obey him, and that's what we intend to do. So, if I could ask, would we penalize a videographer or a web developer for refusing to produce pornography for a client? If he has scruples about it, will we ask him to do it? Would we refuse to accommodate a Muslim who wishes to practice his faith peaceably? I don't think any of us would. Or would we force a Jew to be on call during the Sabbath? I don't think any of us would be willing to do that either, even if it's within what we would expect of him. So please understand that Christians only desire to be granted the same treatment as members of other religions. We would desire to practice our conscience.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you for your testimony.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, and the Mayor. My name is Reverend Glenn Clary. I'm a resident of East Anchorage. My last name is spelled C-L-A-R-Y. and I'm an assistant pastor at the Anchorage Baptist Temple. We oppose the adoption of 2115-96 S1 because it breeds discrimination against religious organizations. Our government was formed to be freedom's greatest protector, not its greatest threat. And every Alaskan should be free to live and work according to their faith without fear of being unjustly punished by the government. The S version removes religious protections for people of faith and places them in legal jeopardy if they do not abandon their sincerely held religious beliefs. We are appealing to the Assembly members to recognize the negative impact removing religious protections will have on people of faith and faith-based organizations. We hope the Assembly will provide the necessary language to prevent the types of fines and legal challenges taking place in the lower 48 that have jailed people of faith and imposed huge fines and damages. Just as the LGBT community feels they need protection, so does the faith-based communities. Please remember that our Equal Rights Commission was supposed to document LGBT discrimination in Anchorage and provide empirical proof that such discrimination exists in the city of Anchorage, and that this ordinance is warranted. No evidence to substantiate this discrimination has been produced, yet the Assembly is poised to grant special rights to this group. The faith-based community asks for fair and equitable treatment as well. The state of Washington has had these kinds of laws on the books for 8 years. 76 cases have been filed claiming discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or sexual identity. Yet, what has happened? Every one of them by the Equal Rights Commission of that state has been tossed out. There wasn't basis for any one of them. Every single claim was tossed out because the claim was essentially individuals who were uncomfortable with people being uncomfortable with them or not completely affirming their lifestyles. We live in a pluralistic society. People have the right to be uncomfortable, and you don't have to pass laws to make it otherwise. Arizona and Ohio have the same results, and every one of their cases has been thrown out. But guess who has had to suffer in these cases? The people who had to spend hard-earned money to defend themselves and pay the cost associated with the litigation associated with this type of ordinance. This ordinance is a solution in search of a problem that we do not have in the city of Anchorage. Churches should be free to operate according to their religious beliefs without unjust government interference or restrictions. We are asking all of the Assembly members to include the following wording in AO 2590. And it would be 5.20.090, religious protections. I've given you guys copies of that, and I hope you'll read it.
We've got it, sir. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
My name is Daniel Parsons, Parsons. I live in the Jewel Lake area of Anchorage. I work for Pango Media as a programmer. I am also a violinist and an active bird watcher. I moved to Alaska about 1.5 years ago, and have kept rather quiet about my past because of the lack of non-discrimination laws in Anchorage. Tonight, I'm coming out to all of you as a transgender man. I was born a girl and grew up to be a man. That has no impact on my skills as a programmer, or my ability to pay my rent on time, or my skills as a violinist, or for my passion for scouting out the latest rare bird in town. So why should being a transgender man be a reason to be fired and denied a lease? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Chairman Trainee, members of the Assembly. A special thank you to Assemblyman Evans and Assemblyman Flynn. My name is Michael Burke, B-U-R-K-E. I'm the senior pastor, or what we call the rector, of St. Mary's Episcopal Church here in Anchorage, and I live in Bayshore. I've been an ordained pastor for over 20 years now. I want to speak to this issue about religious liberty. I will defend religious liberty with my last breath. It is a precious thing, but under the law, it has always had limits. A restaurant owner who has a sincerely held religious belief opposed to participation in all war and in all violence, as a number of religious traditions hold, cannot open a restaurant and refuse to serve military veterans, nor should they be able to. The owner of a religious bookstore cannot fire an otherwise qualified employee simply because they married someone of another race or they became divorced. Both actions may violate the sincerely held religious tenets of that business owner. An apartment owner or manager whose sincerely held religious beliefs are different than that of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints cannot and should not be able to refuse to rent to someone simply because they are Mormon. In other words, religious liberty is not a license to treat people badly. Sincerely held religious beliefs are not a license to discriminate unlawfully, and it should not take a pastor to tell you that. The mistake that the opponents of this ordinance, Reverend Clary included, have made is that they have confused personal conscience with public service. We are all free to hold our own religious beliefs and worship as we please. But when we enter the public marketplace, we must serve all people equally and without discrimination. A note on Section 10B, the so-called ministerial exception. We have three choices. One is the word primary in the original ordinance by Assemblyman Evans. Primary duties of an individual to spread religious doctrine, etc., etc. Very few of us pastors ever have that as a primary duty. We keep the parking lots mowed and we visit sick people. But to say duties include is too wide open. To say have a bus driver give a prayer before they begin driving the school bus should not exempt them from non-discrimination protection. Substantial is the word you're looking for. Substantial duties. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. It likes speaking, doesn't it? Welcome to the meeting.
Thanks. My name is Pam Kravez. It's C-R-A-V-E-Z, and I live in South Anchorage. I grew up in a place that did not embrace diversity. There were no openly gay people or LGBTQ in the place that I was raised.
Could you pull the microphone a little closer? Sorry to bother you.
And as a child, and what I said was, we didn't have any gay people in the city that I grew up in. No one was openly gay. And it had a history of excluding people for their race. There were actually laws on the books that kept African Americans out. And it was also a place that discriminated against people religiously. And obviously, I'm not living there anymore. And I had a cousin who was gay, and I never found out about it until after he graduated from college and moved to Europe. So as a child, I never understood how much of how I lived was an accommodation to assimilation, to living in a way that helped me blend into my accepted community. And that's what you have now with the LGBTQ community, and something that you don't want. We live in a time when people should not have to hide or deny who they are in order to be accepted into society. They're basic human rights. And those rights include your right to choose who you love, what you believe in, and the values that help you flourish and be the best individual that you can be. Tonight is the second night of the Jewish New Year. It's a time of reflection and renewal, and for this means reflecting on the wonderful diversity of our city. It's the fourth most diverse city in the country, according to the news this morning, and renewing our efforts to be inclusive and embracing the differences that will make our city great. I not only have a cousin who is gay, I also am the mother of a gay child, and he deserves to live in a place where his rights are the same as all. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is the Reverend Matthew Schultz. I'm really happy to live in Bayshore, and I am so proud to live in Anchorage. Thank you all for all the service you do. And I'm very happy to be here for this particular discussion, so thank you to Mr. Evans and Mr. Flynn for your work in bringing it here. I've been in ministry now for almost 20 years. It's been a joy. I have been a devoted follower of Jesus Christ since before my first communion at age 8. That also has been a joy and an honor and a privilege. I live by the Holy Spirit, and I've studied the Bible to such an extent that it brought me to 2 master's degrees and ordained ministry. It is my entire life to follow the call of God. And because of that, because I am such a devoted follower of Christ, I must proclaim that as Christians, it's our duty. We are commanded to be fully inclusive to our gay and lesbian brothers and sisters. This is not something that is small or unimportant. We are commanded to show radical love, compassion, and hospitality. We are commanded to stand against discrimination. So I'm here to support S1 with the language mentioned by Reverend Burke earlier, substantial, please, because Christians are not persecuted. Our gay and lesbian brothers and sisters are. Sincerely held religious beliefs are not under attack. With this bill, discrimination is under attack. So I urge us as a city not to act out of fear, but to act out of hope. And I urge the city to act out of compassion, particularly compassion toward those with whom we disagree. I'm proud that the group I am here as a part of, Christians for Equality, has been involved in the process and the discussions with many different constituent groups. And I would love to invite anyone else who disagrees with me entirely to engage in that conversation. It doesn't do the city of Anchorage much good if there is a victory won by votes, but we leave hatred and anger and deep, deep wounds in the wake. So I invite those who disagree with us to join in conversation and find a common path together that is marked by love and compassion and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, my name's Issa Brayman, B-R-A-M-A-N, and I'm a proud resident of Mountain View. I want to thank you for the chance to speak in support of a comprehensive and inclusive non-discrimination ordinance that includes both sexual orientation and gender identity in all aspects of the community. I moved to Alaska 5 years ago with my wife for the same reason many others do, opportunity and education. We left a city with a non-discrimination ordinance that included sexual orientation and gender identity to arrive in a city and state with no legal protections in housing and employment. What a strange and scary experience to actually lose protections instead of gain them. And for so long in our history, that hasn't been the case until now. I started to work at a local nonprofit and have dedicated my entire time in Anchorage to serving others. One day at work, I received a call from the executive director and my program director and was asked to meet in their office. I had no idea why, and I was notified that a member of the Anchorage community had called to let them know that a lesbian was on their staff. She told me that as we serve all people in this nonprofit, we also hire all people. So often I hear that this reason is why we don't need this ordinance, that there's good people and that there's no discrimination. Since that time, my executive director and my program director both left. So should I have to relive this experience over and over and over again in our community? Or can we fix this problem by passing a non-discrimination ordinance where I can go to work and live my life like I want to? And as the city has asked, and so I asked the city to strongly pass something that includes the S1 version, since I do work in a religious organization. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Gillis, Gillis. I live in the Midtown Campbell Park area, and my preferred pronouns are her, she, and hers. It's my husband, John. He's a physician here in town. When I was in the 3rd grade, my parents, Randy and Barbara, moved our family to Alaska. My parents moved us here because of opportunity, the opportunity of the wild beauty, the opportunity for my father as a young family practice physician to practice medicine in a burgeoning, growing community, and because my mother fell in love with the community of Anchorage. I grew up in Anchorage. I graduated from Service High School in 1986. I have many wonderful memories of growing up in Alaska, including flying into Bush, Alaska with my dad, fishing and hunting, and all those things that so many of us enjoy. I even ran Mount Marathon a few times. A long time ago. Being Alaskan is a really big part of my identity. 11 years ago, I brought my husband John and our 2 small children back to Anchorage because I wanted to raise my family here. My mom and dad told me, Kathy, you need to work hard, be honest, do good work, strive for excellence in all things. These are the values that I grew up with, and I still try to uphold to this day. Years later, when I became a mom, my outlook changed. Suddenly, I was less interested in improving myself and more interested in improving the community in which my children live. So those values, that hard work and the ethic and honesty and everything, it became a broader vision for me. Like you, for those of you who are parents or care for children, I want to make our community a better place for all children to grow up. It's pretty easy to understand. It's pretty universal. So imagine this, if you will, you're parenting 2 amazing children. Everything's going according to plan. Suddenly, one of them comes to you and says, Mom, Dad, I'm transgender. Let me be the first to let you know that when that happens, everything that you assume about your family and their future goes out the window. Your first concern and your biggest fear is for the safety of your child and the opportunities that they may not get. This is a fear that I have lived with for about 1.5 years now. When I realized that I have a transgender child, everything was pulled into question. I was afraid, I was confused, and I was sad. Sometimes I still am, but it is getting easier. It should be enough that my children are being raised with the same values that I was raised with, but it isn't. Really.
Ma'am, I know it runs fast, but your time is up.
Okay. Boy, it was so much
here.
faster in rehearsal. Yeah.
I know. Thank you very much. Welcome to the meeting.
Hey, thank you. I'm Pastor Grady Pinnell, the Reverend Dr. Grady Pinnell, with a doctorate from Fuller Seminary and a 4-year master's from Dallas Theological Seminary, and about to finish up a master's in human services counseling. I served for 26 years in the U.S. Navy, retired here in 2007 after service as a chaplain. I've done extensive counseling with troubled sailors and Marines, some of which included those struggling with same-sex attraction. They were always treated, at least in the environment I served in, with the utmost respect and dignity. I also, as a young man, when I was 25 years old, had a roommate who was gay, and we lived together in Northern Virginia, and I got to know him pretty well as a good buddy. Went to his mother's for Thanksgiving and shocked his straight brother, but he taught me a lot about the gay lifestyle. I have relatives that are transgender. I have relatives that are queer, intersex, lesbian, and a niece who's transgender. And really, the only thing that I would like to communicate is that the laws of men will never eradicate discrimination. It will never happen. It will always be there. There will never be enough thought police. Never will be enough laws or lawyers to keep it from happening. The only thing that can eradicate it is the love of Christ shed abroad in the hearts of every sinner. And this ordinance, without strict protections for religious exemptions, threatens the clear proclamation of the gospel. I'm somebody that does preach it a lot, and it threatens the gospel of Jesus Christ and its life-transforming power to men and women. One of the most incredible testimonies I heard here was the last time we went through this from a young man who was enmeshed in a gay lifestyle, deeply enmeshed, and he shared his testimony of how he had been transformed by the gospel of Jesus Christ, gotten married, and had a family. And change is possible through the gospel of Jesus Christ. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dyson, welcome back to these chambers. You and I served a few decades ago. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Dyson, D-Y-S-O-N, Eagle River. I spent 6 years sitting over there. These were some of the best and the worst of times. I made some lifelong friends, Elvie, Pat's mom, and I know most of all of you on some level except Mr. Evans. I'm greatly applaud the intentions here. None of us, I don't know anyone that hates gays or transgender people, and that's not an issue. I personally do not know of anyone that wants them discriminated, ridiculed, in any way made to feel less than totally human and worthy of all the respect that humans should have. There's some practical problems with what you're doing. No one has mentioned it here tonight, but once you allow to folks to self-identify their gender and have all the rights go with that, you're opening Pandora's box. I have 3 daughters, 3 granddaughters. All the daughters were athletes. You're going to have to deal with the issue of boys who declare themselves as girls being in girls' sports. Title IX and all the progress we've made over the last couple of decades for girls' sports, they're really going to be threatened. I remember I was an oarsman in college rowing. Chris Thorsmus, who's on the U.S. Olympic team, used to use my rowing shell when she was back here. And she told me all the Russian women were bigger than me, and most of them had heavier beards. Tough competition. But also you're going to deal with, and it's already happening in other jurisdictions, boys who say they're girls demanding access to shower rooms, locker rooms, and restrooms. And some of you have encountered, as I have, a grizzly sow with cubs. That's nothing to what you're going to run into with, you got mothers that are mad because of the reality of boys in their daughters' restrooms. I'm old enough to think that there are still some differences between male and female. I celebrate some of those differences. But one of them is most females are far more concerned about privacy than men are. And there's an assault going to be allowed on that sanctity of women's restrooms that is going to be a problem for you all. And I just encourage you to think about it. The people who object to the redefinition of marriage after 4,000 or 5,000 years, as Chief Justice said, are not because they want to discriminate. It's because all of a suddenly, because of a court decision, the definition has been profoundly changed, and I must quit.
Yes, you must, Fred.
I encourage you to go slow and be thoughtful of the rights of others that will be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Amanda, where are we at? We're in number 3 or we're on 4 now? Thank you, ma'am. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Saxton, S-A-X-T-O-N. I currently reside in the Russian Jack Community Council area. I'm a member of a faith-based community, the Anchorage Unitarian Fellowship, and I have 3 brothers, one of whom is gay. I support the S version of 96, and I hope you all will vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, sir. I'm Allison Mendel, M-E-N-D-E-L. I'm sorry to say that I've been here 3 or 4 times before to testify on this very subject, so I certainly hope that we're making progress. I've lived in Anchorage for 33 years. I raised 4 children here. I've owned a law firm since 1987. I am a productive tax-paying member of the society, but I feel that I have never had full citizenship in this city because there is no non-discrimination ordinance. And I would really like to feel at this point in my life that I am a full citizen of the municipality of Anchorage. And I certainly hope that the Assembly will stay on this track, pass this ordinance, and move forward into the 21st century. And I thank you very much for the time you've spent on this.
Thank you. Before you come up and testify, sorry, next one. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. We've been here for a while, and some of the Assembly members would like to take a small break. 5 minutes, promise, no longer than that. Everybody return their seats, please. We'll continue the meeting. Take your seats, please. Sorry, sir, but we need to take a small break.
It's all right.
There are emergencies in life.
No worries.
Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you very much. My name is John Arono, A-R-O-N-N-O, and I live in Muldoon with Mr. Peterson and Mr. Honeman ably representing me. Through the chair, I would like to, including the chair, I'd like to thank the Assembly very much for returning to this topic, and especially to Mr. Evans and Mr. Flynn for your work on these 3 proposals. As the silence from the state and federal government show us, it's no easy undertaking. In 2009, the mayor vetoed an equal protection ordinance passed by this body, and this introduced what I think is a great lie that has been promulgated through to this day, that the nearly 40 hours of public testimony offered no quantifiable evidence that discrimination against the LGBT community exists in Anchorage. The claim was absurd to anyone who sat through those meetings, but was largely unchallenged by elected officials and the media, even though the video is still online for people to watch today. Tonight, we've already heard people give specific examples of being discriminated against in Anchorage. In 2009, people explained how they had been fired after their employer found out they were gay, how they had been pressured and harassed into leaving their jobs because their partner showed up one day unannounced. Some were told they needed to start going to church. Others were told that the word gay was an acceptable derogatory term because it was a pop culture reference, and that they should just be happy they had a job. One transgender woman was fired for her job exclusively because of her gender identity and was told by the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, "Sorry, we don't cover transsexualism." One man said he supported violence against LGBT individuals because he was a dentist and didn't want queers putting their fingers in his mouth. If you listen to the public testimony tonight, you will hear more evidence of discrimination. But if you apply a level of scrutiny that requires an employer to walk in with a sworn affidavit declaring, "Yep, I discriminate, you better stop me," that's not going to happen. The lie that there is no discrimination in Anchorage needs to stop here. I've watched dozens of my friends and others who would become my friends speak their experiences of being discriminated against in Anchorage. The city did nothing, and I've watched dozens of them leave. Some have passed, one took her life. Elected officials often say that the private sector often finds solutions some wish government would. I would offer in this case that has happened. 89% of Fortune 500 companies offer workplace protections. They've led the way, and we need to catch up, because while someone may have a safe workplace, they could go home and see their landlord show them the door. Finally, I would like to state my support for the religious exemption language in the S version of the bill, which holds that only individuals whose substantial duties consist of teaching or spreading religious doctrine may discriminate. If we're deciding that religious institutions can operate outside the law, let's at least minimize their ability to do so in a logical manner. If a church is so intolerant that it can't stomach a gay employee, so be it. But can someone tell me what a math teacher's sexual orientation has to do with teaching math? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Sorry, 1 second. Mr. Chairman and Assembly, my name is Ruth Hall. I'm a freshman at Chugiak High School and a member of the school's Gay Straight Alliance. I'm here today in support of the anti-discrimination ordinance. The way a person identifies shouldn't prevent them from being treated like anybody else, and who people love shouldn't keep them from living their lives free of discrimination in housing and the workplace. As I said, I'm a member of the Chugiak High School Gay Straight Alliance. In our club, we work to make our school a better, safer environment for LGBTQ+ students. We applaud you for starting to make Anchorage a better place for LGBTQ+ citizens of all ages. I'm so glad we've seen a positive change about this topic in my lifetime, and we'll continue to see these changes as I grow up. I'm proud to be a part of this community today. I urge you to vote for this ordinance to ensure happier lives for everyone in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You're back again, huh?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'm here today. My name is Bill Popp. I live in the Russian Jack neighborhood, and I'm here in my capacity as President and CEO of the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation. I'm here to speak on behalf of my board of directors who met earlier today and passed unanimously the following letter that I'd like to read into the record. Chairman Traney and Mayor Berkowitz, the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation has been a leader in economic development and business assistance for over 25 years. Our 250 investor companies represent the largest employers in Alaska and are a mix of locally grown and national corporations across every major industry in the state. While our primary mission has always been to grow and diversify the economy of Anchorage and South Central Alaska, over the past 5 years, our organization has focused on community development through our Live, Work, Play initiative, with an eye towards making Anchorage the #1 place to live, work, and play in the nation by 2025. The LWP initiative isn't a feel-good marketing campaign. It is based on tangible, measurable metrics. We and our 140 Live, Work, Play partner companies and organizations believe this initiative will not only make Anchorage a better place to live, but will improve the business climate in general. Recently, the Assembly has been considering ordinances supporting the addition of non-discrimination protections for Anchorage's lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender residents. The good news is that 17 of Alaska's 25 largest employers have adopted workplace policies that prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation, and there's a growing trend to prohibit gender identity discrimination nationwide. These employers, many of them AEDC investors, recognize that non-discrimination policies increase the available pool of talented applicants, and they also open up new opportunities for innovation, government contracting, and business growth. We support protections for the Anchorage's LGBT community and believe that all Anchorage residents should be treated equally in the workplace. Even in a community as diverse as Anchorage, discrimination against the LGBT community is a pervasive issue. A recent survey conducted by the Williams Institute indicated that 44% of LGBT workers in Anchorage had experienced harassment by their employer or coworkers, and because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. In nearly 2 out of 10 cases, the harassment was so severe the respondent had to leave their job. It's time for Anchorage to join the hundreds of communities nationwide that recognize the importance of the non-discrimination policies to their community's health and economic growth. On behalf of the Live, Work, Play initiative, AEDC's Board of Directors, and all of the organizations supporting our efforts to improve this community, we would like to thank the Anchorage Assembly and Mayor Berkowitz for their commitment to creating a more inclusive and welcoming city. And that ends our letter, which was distributed to the members of the Assembly and the clerk.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Mary Elizabeth Ryder. I live in Airport Heights. Thank you so much for all of your service. This is not easy work that you're doing, and I really appreciate your time, all of you. I've been a resident of Alaska for 35 years, Anchorage for more than 30. My great aunt homesteaded in the South Fork of Eagle River before statehood. She was a librarian at Alaska Methodist University. For those of you who attended there, she was the one with the dog. You remember the dog? I have been, I'm the former chair of my community council, Airport Heights Community Council. That's how I know Dick. And I'm the treasurer for my condo association in Eastridge 1. I, last night, was elected chair of the Municipal Arts Advisory Commission. I'm not here in any of those roles. I have a small business. I've worked in Alaska this whole time, but I have a small business working with nonprofits. I'm testifying tonight in favor of the S1 version of AO 96. In 2014, I did a TEDx talk. I'm not familiar with TEDx. We did TEDx Anchorage. I did a TEDx talk on gay Anchorage. I'm here to tell you a little bit about that. Anchorage is very average, very, very average. Alaska is the 26th gayest state in the country, very average. Anchorage is the 2nd gayest city in the state, not even the 1st. Gay and lesbian people in Alaska are multicultural, we're multiracial. We are parents. We've got more parents here than pretty much any other state in the nation, and we are grandparents. We are the 5th most likely place to retire if you're a gay person in the United States. We have more military and veterans than any other state. We hire you, we work for you, we shop here, we live here, we're millennials, we're seniors, we're couples. We contribute to this community. My grandmother grew up as an Irish woman with signs in stores saying Irish need not apply and no Irish or dogs allowed. My great uncle marched with Martin Luther King Jr. 50 years ago for voters' rights. That changed in his lifetime, and the no Irish also changed in her lifetime. Anchorage has a chance to not be average. I would really love to live in a town that is better than that. After all these years, I want to be able to tell my nieces and nephews that in my lifetime and in their lifetime, things changed. Thank you again for your service. Thank you for this work. This is a technical fix to a problem that is easily solved. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are we on track, Amanda? Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Assembly members, Mayor Berkowitz, Amy Dembowski, my friend. My name is George Lamoureux. It's L-A, capital M-O-U-R-E-A-U-X. A year ago, I was called by the police department to come to this assembly hall. You usually get a phone call like that when somebody's dying or you're in trouble, right? Thank God I wasn't in trouble. Phone calls like that came in from me, from my brother, my sister who was murdered, my father, my mother. I wasn't real excited about a phone call from the Anchorage Police Department, but nonetheless, it was a good phone call. That phone call meant that I came here to receive a Citizens Award for Valor for running into and trying to rescue people from a burning plane that was about to explode. Now, I am the person who did that selflessly, trying to help people, not even knowing I was ever going to get an award. I can tell you I am on the National and Global Advisory Board of A Child is Missing, the first response group that works directly with law enforcement in the first few critical hours of a child's disappearance, which usually determines whether that child lives or dies. Now, there's over 2,000 children a day reported missing, according to the FBI and the U.S. Department of Justice most recent figures. And I want to tell you this right now. I do not support this ordinance here, 211516.91. Do not, absolutely not. And I can also tell you this, that it's an invasion and it is an attack on Christianity, that you'll have people, a man in a dress, coming into a church school, teaching to our very, very fragile children. And I think this is an attack that I am not for. I know you got to go.
No, I want to find out whose phone is beeping.
I'm sorry?
Somebody's phone is beeping while you're testifying. I know. We're going to start your time over again.
Okay, sir.
Phone beeping? It was your phone. Okay.
What was that? I'm sorry.
I was trying to stop somebody from interrupting your testimony, but since it was you, please conclude.
Yes, okay. Thank you. It was me. I was putting a timer on myself so I didn't run long. Okay. I want to thank you, and please, I support what Pastor Clary from ABT said. We need to make special exceptions so that we have a sanctuary for people of faith, and that would be our church. We don't want to go ahead and do anything to hurt other people, but we don't want to have anyone force their beliefs on us against our religious beliefs. Thank you very much.
Sir.
God bless you.
Now that's our beeper. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lacey Allen. I'm on East Side Muldoon, and I'm a Christian. I'm a graduate of Anchorage Christian Schools. I'm a mom of a 4-year-old and a 1.5-year-old, a wife of 10 years, a branch manager at KeyBank, and I'm a transgender woman. I'm lucky that my employer was very supportive when I came out to them. I can only imagine how the transgender people felt when they first when they lost their job because of who they are. I am just like other Alaskans. I pay my taxes. I work hard to help the state grow. I know I'm not going to change anybody's mind that's here to oppose this ordinance. All I would ask is to treat us the same as you would want to be treated. Imagine if your child, your spouse, your family member came out to you. How would you want them to be treated? Would you want them to be discriminated against for who they are? We don't choose to be this way. We are born this way. I know a lot of people would disagree with me, but why would we choose to be discriminated against, bullied, or even murdered because who we are? I know it's hard to understand why someone's different from you, but I would ask that you show the same respect you'd want to be shown to you. Everyone deserves the same rights, even if you don't agree with them. In closing, I just kind of wanted to touch base on the being transgender and being in the be able to use the bathroom, assigned bathroom that you associate with. I think we can all agree that bathrooms are pretty gross and disgusting, and we want to get in there and out as soon as possible. As a parent of 2 kids, it really makes me physically ill to hear, about that people are associating transgender people with molesters or predators. That is something that we're not, that we are not. So, just like we need just like you want to go to the bathroom safely and be protected, we want the same rights. And when we're in there, we're just doing our business. So, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Amanda, are we on group 4 now? Yep. Okay, who's got group 4? Is there anybody else signed up, Amanda? They're not here. Group 5. Hey. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Byron Hubbard. I'm from the Diamond High School area. I got a lot of bullet points. Anyway, humility might bring unity to our town. I think there's a lot of division religiously. It seems like a lot of the resistance to this ordinance is religiously based. That's sort of like the elephant in the room. And I think that, there are different Christian beliefs. Some of them are gay rights supportive, if you will. And I think we need to think of the slippery slope, our double-edged sword, so to speak. I wrote this: should a Christian who's supportive of adding sexual orientation to the list of protected classes be forced by any government to provide goods and services to those that are not supportive of adding this class of protection? Or should one interpretation of a version, of a translation, of a Bible, of a denomination, of a religion be the one interpretation that should be allowed by law to deny goods and services via some deeply held, demonstrable, sincerely held belief? What about secular belief? What if someone doesn't want to provide goods and services because of their secular belief? Are secular beliefs to take a backseat to religious beliefs? I'm not saying I'm not a religious person. I'm just thinking that there's a lot of views. We are a very diverse city, and probably healthier for that as we continue to. I believe that when our forefathers said that all men are created equal, it was a goal, and like a lot of people believe, it was an eventual place we would be, or an ever-increasing equality. I might say some provocative things, but I think it has to, because I see so many people being dismissed, the transgender being so dismissed like they're child molesters, and unfortunately so many people, so many preachers give such a bad name for so many Christians. A slippery, if there were ever a slippery slope, it's arguably religious freedom itself. Women that believe it's their religious freedom to not give their children medication, should we allow that? Jim Jones, should we still allow religious freedom, even with the Jim Jones, the David Koresh and a host of others that have had mass suicides. I mean, we're the land of the free and the home of the brave. I had to be reminded of that by the brave young people. Maybe we're just too old to be brave anymore. We're afraid of going snowboarding. We might hurt each other or hurt ourselves. But it's the young people that are afraid of gay people or transgender. Maybe we should learn from them. They seem to be the brave ones. I have a bunch of bullet points, but I didn't want to be too provocative because I usually do that. I just wanted to share, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Welcome to the meeting.
Good evening, members of the Assembly, Mayor Berkowitz. My name is Caitlin Shortell, Shortell. I'm a partner in the firm of Shortell, Gardner & Ahern, a private law firm, and so I'm a business owner in Anchorage. I was born and raised in Anchorage, and I'm 43 years old. I testify in support of a fully inclusive ordinance as an Anchorage resident and one of the lawyers who represented the plaintiffs in Hamby versus Walker, the case that struck down Alaska's ban against same-sex marriage. In the past 5 years alone, I've had calls from several clients who work, pay taxes, serve their country, worship, and educate their children here, who have been fired, evicted, harassed, or discriminated against in public restaurants, bars, and on the People Mover. Every single one of those people tried to file complaints but were rejected by the Alaska State Commission for Human Rights and the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission. In 2015, I made public records requests of both AERC and the State Commission for Human Rights and learned that both commissions who have work-sharing agreements with the federal EEOC reject LGBT individuals' employment discrimination complaints due to the lack of inclusion of sexual orientation and gender identity in both state and municipal law. Even though the federal EEOC now takes all of these claims under the category of sex and views them as prohibited by Title VII, the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission and the State Commission do not take that position. So many of the people who have called me and are suffering discrimination and harassment and retaliation, they have nowhere to go. They try to make a call, they're rejected by the local commission, and if they're lucky, they're told to call the EEOC, where since we don't have an EEOC in the state of Alaska, they get on a hotline where they have to wait 15 minutes, and they are not able to even file a complaint. None of this scenario befalls anyone in the city who is discriminated against, harassed, or retaliated who is not LGBT. Without being specifically included in our local law, our local existing equal rights ordinance, LGBT people in Alaska and Anchorage are simply not being served on an equal basis to non-LGBT people. LGBT people face a dangerous situation. As we've heard at this hearing and prior go-rounds with this ordinance, LGBT people can be fired or evicted, harassed, bullied, and even killed based on who they are and who they love. Unlike people who are discriminated against based on race, color, sex, religion, national origin, marital status, or age, there is no one who will accept LGBT people's complaints when they are in danger. So, in closing, I'd like to ask you to adopt an inclusive equal rights ordinance with a limited ministerial exemption.
Thank you. Next person.
Members of the Assembly and Mayor Berkowitz, thanks a bunch for taking this up as an issue. My name is Jeff Wright, last name is spelled W-R-I-G-H-T. I live just a scotch east of Geneva Woods in Midtown. My neighbors jokingly call it Lower Geneva Woods. I've lived here for 20 years. For 15 of those years, I've been a business owner in Anchorage. 3 kids, married, obviously white, male, and probably about as Ford Cleaver as they come. I originally came to testify here as a business owner because I believe this ordinance not only makes this a stronger community, but it frankly makes this a better and more business-friendly one as well. And because I'm a programmer type, I own a software consultancy, my sort of initial inclination was to go research and come with a lot of facts and figures, and I was in fact in process of doing that when Daniel Parsons, who testified earlier, who's one of my employees, called me and asked me a question, and that was, would it be okay if he testified? And I said, well, Daniel, man, why are you asking me that? This is democracy, and you never have to ask my permission. I think he knows my personal views well enough to know that the fact that he's transgendered wasn't a problem for me. His concern, though, was that as a company, we might lose business if he was open and honest about who he was. That, I think, speaks to Daniel's, I mean, he's a great guy, an extraordinarily employee, an amazing work ethic. He has an amazing work ethic. He, in fact, works on some of our largest accounts. But I was kind of horrified that he had to ask me that question. And, if you haven't already heard it in a number of the dramatic stories tonight, what people who are gay, lesbian, and transgendered face in this community in terms of discrimination is very real. Daniel is a great programmer. He is a community volunteer. He's a wonderful musician. And the reality is that Anchorage as a community needs more people like him, not fewer. It needs to be the kind of place where we can bring people up here and have them not be afraid of getting fired for who they are, losing their housing for who they are. That's not right. I'm raising my kids here, and frankly, I know we can be a better community than that. So thanks for your time, and thanks for your consideration of the issue again.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Good timing. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Heather Arono, A-R-O-N-N-O, and I live in East Anchorage. I'm here today to speak in favor of the S1 version of the ordinance with the inclusion of the S versus language regarding religious exemptions in 10B. And like many of you in this room, I've sat through weeks of discussion surrounding this body's most previously recent effort to create a more inclusive non-discrimination ordinance in 2009. Some of the friends who sat with me have passed away since then, and I'm sad their voices are missing from this conversation. They could have told you some things about the difficulty they face due to discrimination because of their sexual orientation and gender identity. Their absence, and the absence of their voices here tonight, rings very loudly. Some of the friends who sat with me have moved out of state, opting to go to colleges and jobs in cities where their civil rights are protected. We're losing the talent and potential of these young Alaskans because they don't feel that they're wanted here. A lot has changed since 2009, but some things aren't changing fast enough. I urge you to move Anchorage forward and create an environment here that is truly welcoming to all Anchorage citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm really nervous.
Take a deep breath. I promise we won't bite.
My name is Janet Gregory, G-R-E-G-O-R-Y. I am a 25-year resident of Anchorage, living on the Mid-Hillside. I'm also the owner of a local small business for over 20 years, Over the Rainbow Toy Store. My husband is Robert Ron. He is a consulting geologist and also an adjunct instructor at UAA. He wanted to stand with me here tonight, but wasn't able to because of his teaching commitments. We are also the parents of two LGBT children, Abby and Stuart, who are now 27 and 30. We want for our children what every parent wants for their children, that they be happy, successful, and treated with every degree of equality, respect, and decency as any other member of our society. To quote from the Charter for Compassion, The principle of compassion lies at the heart of all religions, ethical and spiritual traditions, calling us to always treat others as we wish to be treated ourselves. The golden rule, as we most commonly refer to it, this ethic of reciprocity is a fundamental human value, that one should always treat others as one would want to be treated oneself, and to not treat others in a way that one would not want to be treated. Is there anyone here who would not want the same for their own children? I own a business devoted to the idea of healthy play and happy childhoods, of providing the tools of children's play that allow all children to develop their minds, their creativity, and their skills so that they become successful members of society. I care deeply about children, all children. I don't want to see any child discriminated against. As a business owner, I care about my customers. I wouldn't be in business without the support of my community. I don't want to see any member of my community discriminated against. I wouldn't want to see any of my customers denied service or opportunities simply because they identify as LGBT. I care about my employees. As long as an employee of mine is able to provide the level of customer service that I require of them, then their sexual orientation is completely irrelevant to me. In my 22 years in business, I have never had an issue involving customers or coworkers caused by the sexual orientation of my employees. And yes, I have had LGBT employees. Why, as we are well along in the 21st century, do we still need to even legislate on what is such a founding concept of our country, the concept of equality, that all men are created equal? But legislate we must. We have had to write into law that not just all white Anglo-Saxon men are equal, but so are members of all genders, all ethnicities, and all religions. All are afforded the same equality, the same protection, and so we must legislate for all sexual orientations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello. My name is Deneen Barba, B as in boy, A-R, B as in boy, A. And
Can you tell us what part of Anchorage you live in?
I'm sorry?
What part of Anchorage do you live in?
South.
Thank you.
It would really be nice to continue to live and work in Anchorage without fear of the government punishing me because I'm a Christian who doesn't agree with passing these proposals, ordinances. We haven't asked for fines. None of us here on this side have asked for fines or penalties, the closing of businesses for the people who feel differently than we do. We haven't asked or demanded those who feel differently than us tonight to violate their conscience with their God. Why not let the marketplace run its natural course on businesses? They thrive or they fail. Word gets around what places want your business. Folks who feel one way can go to those, and folks who feel differently can go to another. Same with churches and religious schools. The proposals you have written do nothing for true protection for Christians. Your proposals allow a backdoor to stop and shut down Christians, our churches, schools, and businesses. What about if you are opening a giant can of worms? What if a group comes forward and demands special rights for their animal abuse or thievery? What happens when parents start finding out their children are made to feel uncomfortable or worse in any kind of setting, bathroom or whatever? They're going to file lawsuits. Please don't bring God's judgment down on our city. He is the creator. He wrote the rules. We need him. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Angie LaBeouf, and I'm from South Anchorage, Leboeuf. And I'm here today because I oppose this amendment. I had to ask myself, why are you proposing this change to the ordinance? Is it because it's a national trend? As a woman working in a professional world, I have experienced discrimination because of my gender, and there was already gender non-discrimination laws on the books. I am not aware of having had a problem with discrimination of LGBTs here in Anchorage. I have worked well around gay people without problem or incidents. Jesus taught the greatest commandment is to love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and the second is to love your neighbor as yourself. Love does not mean we have to agree with someone, and disagreeing does not mean we hate them. To tell someone they are out of league with God's word is an expression of love. Our attitude is that all have sinned and fall short of God's glory, but the good news is Jesus came to redeem sinners. I'm not really sure how we got to the point where a person describes themselves by how they have sex, but if I am to love my neighbor, I must tell them the truth. Our country is on a course of moral decay. Morals and order are set by God. It is an attack on God to enact laws contrary to his word. By enacting this wording to the rights ordinance, you are attacking God, and he will judge America if we continue to blatantly disregard his ways of right living. I challenge you to read 1 Corinthians 6:9 in the Bible. In America's first inaugural address, George Washington warned, and I quote, "The propitious or favorable smiles of heaven can never be expected on a nation that disregards the rules of order of right which heaven has ordained," end quote. God established the earth and set up its order. To abandon God's reality and truth is to invite chaos. The LGBT movement has been pushing for tolerance, but it is one-sided. Straight people are expected to be tolerant of LGBTs, but it's apparent that many across the nation are not tolerant in return. Having the wording of same-sex and transgender added to the rights ordinance has been proved across America. They are intolerant for people exercising their First Amendment rights of freedom of religion. It makes me wonder what or who is the underlying promoter of this controversy. Who benefits when lawsuits are encouraged by this law? And why hasn't there been an invitation to local clergy to discuss a compromise to the language, since most of the issues in the lower 48 revolve around a conflict with what the Bible teaches? By adding the transgender and same-sex wording, in essence, it is removing the rights of privacy.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you. Welcome to the meeting.
My name is David Lockard, L-O-C-K-A-R-D. I live in Rogers Park. I'd like to tell you about my son. He turned 16 last week, and it'll be just a few months until it'll be a year since he came out to me and my wife as a transgender boy. My wife and I have had gay and lesbian friends all of our lives, and we're very familiar with that culture, but we didn't know much about being transgender, and it scared me because I didn't know how to protect my child. I didn't know what he was going to face. Fortunately, he's a smart kid and knows how to get along, and he taught us a lot about what it is to be transgender, and he reached out to our relatives, many of whom are very conservative Christians on both sides of the family. He sent them an email and told them that he was transgender. And we didn't know what the response was going to be. It was wonderful. The response came back, "We love you." And it was a little bit of a surprise, actually, but it was wonderful to have that connection and that support from our relatives. He sent an email to his teachers at school and explained what was going on. And one of his teachers said, "I want you to tell the kids in your class." So early one morning, he stood up and said, "I'm a transgender boy." And he got applause. That was at East High. So we set up a meeting with the principal and the counselor there to talk about what it would mean to be a transgender student at that school. And honestly, I was expecting kind of a bureaucratic response or a lack of understanding. But the response we got was phenomenal. The principal and the counselor said, "We already have transgender kids at this school, and they get along fine. And if you have any problems, let us know. We'll help you." It was wonderful. So here we are 10 months into this. We've gotten a lot of support from Drew Phoenix at Identity Inc. We've made contact with other parents of transgender kids. And my son says he has not had a single bad experience as a transgender boy, but a lot of his friends have. And I'm still a little bit afraid, especially after hearing some testimony tonight about what his future is. So I support S1 version of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi there. My name is Angelo Nelson, Nelson. I am a resident of the Airports Heights region. I have recently retired from the United States Air Force, was in it for 25 years. I was born in Anchorage, and when it was time to come back home, that's what I did. I was disturbed to find out that there were people here who could be fired simply because of their orientation. This never made any sense to me. There's been a lot of talk tonight here about the Bible. People seem to have just completely disregarded the fact that we have separation of church and state. I see this on every level. I see this on the level of our federal government, municipal government. We have to understand about our rights as human beings. I don't have any friends that I'm aware of who are transgender or LGBT. I don't think I really need to. I know that these people are human beings. They need to be treated as human beings. I support S1. We should have had this done a long time ago, and we need to make sure that we're making Anchorage inclusive for everybody as opposed to going against anybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and your service to the country. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. I'm Michael Ward. I live in Eagle River, Alaska, and I'm opposed to this ordinance. I think it will create a much bigger problem than any bigotry that it eliminates. Harassment and assault are already against the law. You don't hear any word about that. People say that they've been harassed, but why aren't they filing claims and getting the police involved and actually having some cases and having people put on trial? I have not heard once that someone was being charged with harassing a homosexual or gay, lesbian, whatever they are. I'm sorry. The proposed solution will end up violating other people's rights. It'll pressure them into celebrate immoral ceremonies and acts. This ordinance will force them to expose their children to these immoral practices. The community voted down a similar ordinance in 2009. Don't let it make us force us to vote for a similar vote again. Protect our children by opposing this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Tom Coba. I live on the east side of town, Cobaugh. I want to share a few thoughts. My position is that I think that this is a bad ordinance for primarily two reasons. Number one, there's really no documentable evidence of discrimination. As the saying goes, and as we've heard tonight, this is a solution looking for a problem. I've lived in Anchorage for over 35 years, and I've seen accommodation after accommodation for various people groups when a legitimate need exists. And very few people believe that another human being doesn't deserve basic protections or even respect. That's the protections, as the previous gentleman mentioned, are what our laws guarantee for all people, regardless of their sexual behavior, as long as it's legal. To state that there's a need for a special ordinance, other than to be politically correct, is to ignore the facts. There's no documentable evidence to support the need for special protection of a group of people for nothing more than their behavior. You don't have to do anything to be a minority, ethnic minority. You have to do something to be one of these minorities. It's the only minority group that we're protecting based on behavior. The second reason that I believe this is a bad ordinance is by taking this position, you as an elected legislative body will place yourselves between two mutually exclusive goals: protecting religious rights as is clearly guaranteed by the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States and 239 years of history, and the newly interpreted rights of a group of people based on nothing more than their sexual preferences. You can't do both. It's kind of like me saying that I'm faithful to my wife while at the same time I'm having an affair. You can't be faithful to your spouse at the same time in the same place as you're being unfaithful and having an affair. And you as a legislative body can protect religious freedoms for the majority of the constituents. Again, all these things have been quoted before, as evidenced by 57% of the people that voted about this very issue in 2012, the last time it was brought up, and come up with special rights for the LGBT community that would include forcing religious organizations to violate one or more of their essential principles. You can't do both. It's a basic law of logic. They're mutually exclusive goals. You can't do one without hurting the other. So, since there's no documentable need for this ordinance, I would urge you to take the wise position, the constitutional position, the historical position, and not pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. I'm Reverend Gail Noska. Noska, N as in Nancy, A-U-S-K-A. I'm the pastor at St. Christopher's Episcopal Church and also a licensed professional counselor in private practice. The Episcopal Church has never done anything fast, but they too have gotten to affirming the respect and worth and dignity of LGBT people for ordination, and that should not keep people from ordination. Now, I'm straight. That's my sexual orientation. That doesn't mean I go ahead and make grabs at anyone who happens to be male. That would be a behavior. My orientation is who I am. And there's a lot of misinformation about our LGBT brothers and sisters. I used to work at the Cordova Center. We had a number of sex offenders. These were not gay people going around molesting children. These were heterosexual males. It's not that easy for a trans woman to just or for a man to just put on a dress and walk into the women's bathroom. It means a lot of pain of going through electrolysis for usually over a year, taking hormone blockers to be able to block the testosterone, and then taking the estrogen. They go through a lot. It's not just for the simple privilege of being able to use a women's bathroom. And I'm very much in favor of here, and particularly the one that looks at where it's substantive part of the job description, that someone's gender identity or orientation should not keep them from housing or employment.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Samuel Ohana, O-H-A-N-A. I've been in Alaska for 3 years, and I intend to stay here. I live in Government Hill with my 2 children, who are 6 and 8, my fiance and her 2 children, who are 9 and 11. In the time that I've been here, I've become very attached to the wonderful people in this town. I've met the most compassionate, caring, helpful community that I have ever lived in. Neighbors, coworkers, colleagues, church leaders, all willing to extend a hand to fellow Alaskans. My family and I already have strong ties to the community. Ms. Dembowski's daughter provided childcare for all 4 of our kids all through the summer, and they absolutely loved her. And so they're hoping that she returns next year, but I know she went to college, so. I work downtown as a social worker, and I have helped hundreds of people find and keep jobs that allow them to provide for their families. I help them escape violent and dangerous situations. I help them find safe, affordable housing, and affordable housing in Anchorage is challenging. I meet families who have arrived in the United States and felt safe and free for the first time. I am a straight, white, transgender man. There is no question that I provide support and compassion to our community. But there are people at my job who persist in using the wrong pronoun and the wrong title, including management, when they refer to me. This impedes my effectiveness and my ability to serve our families. I have no recourse, as I have a family to provide for, and there are no protections for my job. I care deeply for humans, for humanity, and will never stop working to help others live joyful, productive, and authentic lives. My goal is the same as yours, a safe, welcoming city for all residents and visitors, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, country of origin, religion, mental and physical abilities, disabilities, and so on. My family and I are members of your community and ask that you support a non-discrimination ordinance. And we would prefer version S or S1. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Michael Pankin. I live over on the east side of Anchorage, and I'm here to testify against this particular ordinance for the following reasons. The thrust tonight has been that there have been a lot of ministers that have come in here and saying a lot of things about Christ that are actually not true. It's one thing, he did love everybody. Yes, that's true. He did spend a lot of time with people who were not the holy religious people. But when you met Christ, your life changed. Thieves stopped stealing, prostitutes stopped plying their trade, and fathers had their hearts turned towards the children and lives were mended. That was not mentioned here tonight. A completely different message of Christ was given to you as a group of people. Now, this may have been strategic just to make sure that you didn't have any political or any religious reasons for not voting for this ordinance, but that is not actually what this was based upon. So that gross misrepresentation just isn't an accurate one. Transgender and sodomite people who have appeared here tonight are shining examples of misuse. They are examples of unquestioning fear and a picture of innocence. This is true for them, I am certain. There are many who are not like this. I went to college at the University of Cincinnati. I have several friends of mine who were gang raped by homosexuals, and they committed suicide. So I understand that there's two sides to this, but we need to understand there's two sides to this whole thing directly. Yes, that was a while ago. But there was also a 10-year-old boy who was sodomically attacked at the Totem Theaters during a matinee show. The openly gay man was hiding in the bathrooms, waiting. A 10-year-old boy walked in. Obviously, his mother's not going to go in with him. Boy was assaulted. It's interesting that it was the young man and his family that left Alaska and changed their name. Another man lied about his background and was hired at Wasilla High School. Sodomically assaulted several boys before he was caught. This appeared on the news one time. Tonight, if you pass this ordinance, you establish the aristocracy of sodomy. For the first time, a conduct will be allowed, with your approval, to trail its heels in places they have no interest to go until they have secured a legal right to desecrate some of those places. The Mormon temple is a beautiful place, but they'll be allowed to go there now where they normally would not have been. St. Innocent's Cathedral, another beautiful place. Again, they'll be able to trail their heels there because they will have the legal right to destroy the lives of anyone whom they feel has discriminated against them. This list goes long, and there's a huge list for that one as well, too. Today, Anchorage protects everyone's heritage of political, civil, and religious freedoms. Tomorrow, it may very well grant a small percentage the opportunity to trample those liberties and deny them for future generations, directly in opposition to our Constitution and our... Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Chair.
Welcome, sir.
And Mayor. My name is Michael Chambers. Last name Chambers. I live in Pete Peterson's district in Chugach Foothills. And I want to thank the Assembly and especially Bill Evans for coming to United for Liberty and presenting there just a couple weeks ago. I especially want to thank the citizens of Anchorage that came to testify on behalf of this ordinance. I am the past chair of the Alaska Libertarian Party. I'm the current chair of, or the vice chair of the Alaska Libertarian Party. I'm actually the chair of United for Liberty as well, and I'm a proud Vietnam veteran. And I said that, Mr. Trainee, so you can thank me for my service.
Thank you for your service. We're in the same time period.
And also, I'd like to, as a libertarian, I've been a registered libertarian since 1975, and the good mayor actually recognizes himself as a social libertarian, and I applaud him for that. The Libertarian Party has taken a very strong stance with regard to the support of individuals based on our Constitution. The Libertarian Party doesn't recognize classes of individuals. The only class of the only group class that's recognized in our Constitution is actually the Indian nations. But we do recognize the rights of individuals, and we certainly have been one of the very first parties in all of America to recognize marriage equality. And but we don't believe that the government should be issuing personal licenses to marriage. But we do recognize marriage equality, and we also recognize the LGBT. Interesting enough, the Alaska Libertarian Party participated in the LGBT Pride Fest for many years, and a couple of years ago it was really interesting that they, as a sidebar, because of what you were talking about earlier with regard to smoking ordinance, they had the Pride Fest, and they had initiated that it was a non-smoking event, which I found really interesting because it was at Delaney Park. And so we had requested that we have a smoking area that we were going to pay for, and they actually, in fact, indicated that if we had that attitude that we didn't need to participate, and I find that really unusual. But, you know, I'd rise in support of due process for individuals, as the Libertarian Party believes that there should be due process, and that if there is any discrimination, it should be handled in due process, and it should be expedient, and it should be swift. And so we don't recognize the group, but the individual. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, sir. Welcome, sir.
Hi. My name is Vincent Simkowiak, S-Z-Y-M-K-O-W-I-A-K, Assembly District 4. I'm not a paid clergy. My trade is engineering. I have no economic stake in the preservation of biblical Christian values for this nation, but that's what I'm asking for. I was targeted for male-to-male victimization in a public restroom as a youngster, but I escaped unharmed. The proposed regulation that you're considering increases the risk of sexual attacks on my 3 young children in public restrooms. Further, this proposed ordinance discourages Christian business people from opening a business in this city due to the increased risk of lawsuits. You are good at defining the word discrimination, but you evidently refuse to define the phrase religious conscience. Do you have the scientific and medical proof to confirm that these sexual states are the same as other clearly innate and protectable traits such as race? Someone mentioned that transgenders are using medical manipulation. Does that not prove it as a medical condition? Why do the Christian bakers have it so hard, but the Christian photographers do not? Assemblyman Evans, given that your law firm specializes in cases such as discrimination, do you stand to financially benefit by this ordinance, which would increase the risk of lawsuits upon Christian business people? A major impetus and contributing reason for the successful flourishing of America is the biblical Judeo-Christian consensus. If there's any doubt, check out this book, A Christian Manifesto by Francis Schaeffer, which I found upstairs in this public library. Read the ultimate Christian manifesto, the Holy Bible. Read this book for yourself and see what it says. Very few of the clergy have actually quoted the Bible. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
We have a question for you, sir. Mr. Flynn.
Just a quick comment, sir. I'm unique on this body in that I think I am the only member who has been prosecuted by both the State Human Rights Commission and the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission as a manager. I can assure you that any recompense that Mr. Evans might earn by passage of this ordinance would be de minimis in value.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Welcome.
Welcome again. Mark, M-A-R-I-O-N is the last name, and my neighborhood is Muldoon and Northern Lights, and I am actually testifying against this ordinance because this ordinance provides discrimination. What it does is it basically says, well, if people can pretend to be transgendered and go into the bathroom of their choice just so that they can do their wonderful deeds and do all that sort of thing. What this does is this will make it harder for criminal prosecution if this ordinance passes. This also prevents small business from being able to perform duties against their religious beliefs. I mean, even if there are plenty of places that the gay lobby can go and have their cakes prepared, have their flower arrangements or anything else. They go into a private business, usually it's home-based, 9 times out of 10, and they're like, well, we want you to perform this. Well, they say, due to religious beliefs, we cannot do so. But 9 times out of 10, they refer them to somebody else. So it's not like, well, we're not denying you business, but we're telling you you can go somewhere else too and give them business. So this ordinance provides discrimination, actually adds discrimination to it. And I can tell you, we cannot reward behavior. Gay and transgender are exactly behavior. You are not born a certain way, okay? You were not born gay. You were not born transgender. You choose that. Why are we rewarding somebody who chooses that behavior? Okay? Also, you're putting fear for children right now in the Anchorage School District, because transgender is covered under Title IX, which, by the way, is not. Okay? And you've got children who are having to ask their parents, why does Ava have a wee-wee? Okay? Instead of what I have.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting.
Good evening. Lynn Bear, Muldoon. I'd like to speak to the religious exclusion. My husband and I moved here almost 4 years ago from New York State, where we found an oasis from the crushing environment so prevalent in the lower 48. When we describe how it is to live here to our friends and family, our first statement is always that Alaska is resident-friendly and it stays out of your business. Alaska has always celebrated the fact that it was a different place to live, but if Anchorage stays on the track it is now, there'll be no difference between us and any other city in America. In April, when the question of faith came up in the mayoral debate, the response from Mr. Berkowitz was, what happens within the 4 walls of a church doesn't concern me. Well, apparently it concerns someone, because here we are. Faith is not something we do within the 4 walls of our churches. It is who we are inside our churches, in our home, and in the checkout line at Fred Meyer's. I understand the lesbian gay movement. I absolutely get it. They feel that they have the inherent rights because of being gay or transgender is who they are. They are demanding to be recognized and respected and requiring the guarantee of equal justice under the law. I, too, demand the same rights guaranteed to everyone in the 14th Amendment, in addition to the guarantee of protection in the First Amendment, which states, Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. There is no law anywhere in the United States that separates church and state. It does guarantee that the government cannot interfere with an establishment of religion and the exercise thereof. It was written even before the freedom of speech and the freedom of press, and for all gun owners in here tonight, the guarantee of our religious freedom was written before your right to keep and bear arms. When this government gives itself permission to interfere with my right of religious freedom, the first protection, how long will it take for this assembly to step on your rights? I am not asking for special rights. I am asking for the rights already guaranteed to me and anyone else of faith. whatever faith or belief system they hold dear, Christian, atheist, Muslim, Hindu, or the spiritual beliefs of our Native Americans. I'm asking that this government body to take a step back. This government body has no ownership in our Christian schools or our churches or mosques or temples. What it does have is the desire of any other government entity around this world from the beginning of time. The desire for power and control is the nature of government. Hence the guarantees written into the Bill of Rights almost 236 years ago. These rights were written by men of faith, different faiths, and no faith. But freedom of religion was the very first protection given to the people from the government. 10 miles down the road from where I grew up in New York, in Huntington, Quebec, Canada, across Canada, a pastor can be arrested from the pulpit just for speaking against homosexuality by preaching from the Bible.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you.
How far is this assembly willing to go down that road?
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies, gentlemen, remember I told you before, we're not doing applause. I will clear the room if I have to. We're going to respect people's testimony whether we like it or not. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
How you doing?
Fine.
My name is Billy Dickerson, D-I-C-K-E-R-S-O-N, live on the east side. You know, there's all you guys that are sitting here. You make decisions. Flynn, Jones, training, horseman, I can go down all the way on over here. You guys are going to make decisions for us and my children. You're going to make decisions on something that someone else is coming in and they want to infringe on my beliefs. I have rights too. This is not a position to where you have an opportunity to come in here and make an executive order. We got enough of those. Okay, so now here we are. We're pleading to you to give us what we have. We'll be able to take our children where we want to take them, and we don't have to worry about where I put my children in school, that I have to worry about, like another gentleman was saying here just a minute ago. His son went in and told the whole classroom that he was transsexual. You know something? My kid doesn't even know what transsexual means, and I don't want him to. I choose that. I have a right as an American to choose that. So here we are, me waiting for you guys to make a decision on how my kids are going to go. Let me ask you something there, Mr. Evans. Let's say that there's a homosexual, lesbian, gay, whatever they go by. I'm not a hater. I've had friends that I've stayed at their home and they're homosexual. I've stayed in hotels with homosexuals. Sorry, Mom. She didn't know that. But they're friends of mine. Let's say that he wants to go into a church and he wants to teach their kids. They don't want him there because of what he believes, what they believe. This ordinance is going to come in here and it's going to say, it's not up to us how we raise our children anymore, because we have to be open to everybody else's decisions. I'm not open. I'm closed mind. I want my kids to be raised the way I want them raised. If they come to you and they say, okay, this church just fired me because I'm this or that as far as sex, you will defend them. And if it's a big enough deal, if it's a big enough church, you're going to make some money. I don't think that you are eligible to make a decision or bring something forth when you can profit from it, or anybody else up there. And all you guys know who you'll profit from this. I know that I won't profit. I know that what I pay extra money to do to take my kids someplace, that I can't, I'm not secure. I need my rights too. And nobody's discrimination against them. You know something, they were also talking about jobs being lost, discrimination because they're this or that. You know, has anybody ever thought about maybe some of you guys aren't doing your job? Maybe you got fired because you didn't do it. Because I know a lot of gay and lesbian people, they got the nicest houses, the nicest boats. They're professionals. They're people doing their job. But they're not coming in here whining because they got big loops in their ears, a pin in their nose, and they don't do their job. Now, I don't care how they dress or anything like that, but I am telling you, I guess that's the best I can do.
Appreciate your testimony. Amanda, who's next? Where are we, ma'am? Okay. We'll do the 6th, then before we go to 7, we're taking a short break. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi. Public speaking is not my favorite thing.
Take a deep breath. Promise we don't bite. That's the reason they got the distance between us and you.
I thought it was for your safety.
No. It's for yours.
My name is Kevin Story. I live in Midtown, and I don't support this ordinance. I was against it previously. I voted against it. We won. Now we're losing. My problem with it has to deal with my religion, just like a large portion of the people that are against it. I'm certain that it will cause a great deal of difficulty for my Christian school, my bus ministry, my place of worship, because it seems historically throughout America, whenever somebody is given a right that they didn't have before, that specific certain individuals go against decorum, and they decide to go overboard. They take it to the nth degree. They push the limits. They try their best to see how far they can go with it. So that will happen. You can see it happening across America now. And so by adding this to our ordinances, it's going to cause trouble with our court system. It's already full of people as it is, and now it's going to be even worse. And as a personal note, when it comes to the concept of transgender and all that, I had a young person in my family who identified as a homosexual, and then later, when they grew a little, they identified as a heterosexual, and it was because they didn't have anybody to mentor them through the homosexual aspect that they had identified with. So anyway.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll begin Block 7. Okay. Set for 5. If everybody to return their seats, we'll get the meeting going again. We're there. You'll take your seats, please. Thank you, sir, for waiting for us.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Thank you. My name is Mitchell Jacobus, Jacobus, and I live in the South End. Lived in Alaska about 25 years. Been many places in the world, a lot through different countries, China, a lot of places in the United States. I always like coming back to Alaska because we are a very loving community, whether you realize it or not. I was raised a Catholic Christian, and part of that is loving everybody, but not loving the sin. And what we are being, I think, not just Christians, but people in general are being discriminated, those people that have values and morals. Okay, I'm standing before the thrones and dominions in testimony of Christianity here. A lot of ministers and people who call themselves Christians have come up here and said how they feel. Well, God's ways are not man's ways, and man's ways are not God's ways. Okay, so we don't make the laws, God did. And the act of homosexuality is told to be a sin. Having somebody going into a restroom, a shower house for children, another child going in at a separate, what they were born with separately, going in and maybe leering or doing something, that's going to, you're opening up a major can of worms where you're going to have people in Anchorage who already voted this down and put you here to follow what they want. You're going against the people, just like Congress and the Senate. They're going against the people now. Well, there's going to be a day of reckoning on that one, the next vote, as many of you will be voted out for voting for this ordinance, which I am against. It's not that I hate anybody. I hate the sin. Okay, I'm a straight white male, but I sin. I hate the sin that I do in my life. So it's not that I'm against anybody here. I'm standing for righteousness and the laws that were given to us before any of us were born in our mothers and fathers. Our ancestors are sitting here and standing here and listening to us, making these decisions and changing, trying to change history. And I think it's a grave decision. It's not discrimination. If it is, if you vote this, you're discriminating against me, who I have a feeling against that type of lifestyle. Okay? But I don't hate anybody. I have friends, many friends. I talk to people as people. And that's what I love about this city, is most people that I run into are like that. So we're trying to jump in with these other cities that are totally screwed up in America that I try to get away from by making this type of decision. And it's going to be interesting to see the next vote that comes down, how many people are actually not here if they do vote for this, because the people of Anchorage did vote against this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting. You're next.
Thank you. My name is Neva Reese. That's R-E-E-C-E. I thank you for coming here tonight. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I thank you for all you've done to bring this very diverse group of human beings together in one place. It's too bad they aren't being a little more kind to each other. I'm hoping that this passes, and if it does pass, it is guaranteed not to be clean and tidy. It's going to be messy. All the people that are worried about bathrooms, go ahead and be worried. It's not going to be easy. So what? And when people talk about having extensive religious exemptions for this, I want the guarantee that any heterosexual person that comes to rent from me, that I will know that they do not do something that I find immoral. Where is that guarantee? If you can guarantee me that, go ahead and ignore this. It needs to be passed. and it needs to support people. My question is, if this is really a difference than race or any other things that has been considered for non-discrimination, why is the language against it so much the same? Why is it so much the same as when people came out to speak for black rights? Why is it the same? Why is it the same kind of people, the same tone of conversation? Why is everything you bring up? You can find stuff in the Bible to justify slavery. We don't do that anymore. Why is the conversation the same? Why is the language the same? Why is the same kind of people here arguing against this? So we're arguing against freedom for black people. Why? Because it's the same type of issue. To add sexual orientation and gender identity, the people here that are arguing against this are trying to stop fairness in places where they will never go, involving people that they may never meet because they are so stuck in their faith that they believe that their faith gets to color what happens throughout the whole community. That is incorrect. I am a Christian. My pastor does not support this, but I do. I'm outspoken about it. I was raised a Quaker, so that's probably part of that. But I just want to say two things. There are children at my school, an elementary school, who are very obviously transgender. People are kind to them, accepting to them. They have friends. If they can figure it out, you can figure it out. And the God I serve is not a weak God who is going to be affected by a man-made law. The laws that we live by are man-made laws. They are not laws that were written by God. They are man-made laws. The God that I worship is a strong God, a mighty God, and these man-made laws do not influence them. And if you want a little scripture, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. So get over it. Thank you.
Good timing, ma'am. Thank you. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Stephen White, W-H-I-T-E. I live off of Elmore and 68th. The reason that I'm here is I'm concerned that there is some religious persecution going to be happening here. I believe that there are some misguided people here who've misconstrued the Bible. They've misconstrued the fact that the Constitution is a contract between we the people and we give the government the right to exist. It is clearly stated in what form it will be in and how it will be conducted and what powers are given unto it. And as such, we have reserved to ourselves certain inalienable rights. And what very first and foremost is I will serve God, and that means my religion comes first. Then I will serve my country. And I served my country proudly and honorably. I loaded torpedoes onto aircraft during Desert Storm, and I'm proud of the fact that we did what we had to do. And I will stand up and say that this particular bill is grievous in so many ways. You are opening up Pandora's box. The lawsuits can put churches out of business just because somebody feels that they were mistreated. If I put my children into a Christian school, I don't need to see a male math teacher wearing a mini skirt and pantyhose going up there one day and telling my kids how things are done mathematically, and he's exempt because he's not a minister. This is truly an abomination of a bill. I ask that you do not pass it. And it's not because we hate the LGBT people, it's because we are true Christ followers and we love them. We don't want them to go to hell. This kind of behavior, it is an abomination before God, and I cannot support anything that is called an abomination before God. Thank you much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting.
I'm Roger Van Ornum, Van V-A-N Ornum, O-R-N-U-M, from Eagle River. Anyway, I testified here some years ago about gay, and I was able to jump up and down and said that was gay, not the word. Don't use that word. Anyway, I go to a Christian church, and we read the King James Bible. And if any of these people read the King James Bible, they'll understand that they're doing wrong. And I just hope that they all, pray that they all look at themselves and think about what they're doing and what they're saying. And some of the pastors that were here tonight, I don't believe they're reading the King James Bible. I think they're drifting away. So I appreciate it, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Alex Jorgensen, and I'm a proud member of the Fairview community, and I am currently living on dorms at the University of Alaska Anchorage. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I want someone to tell me how this can be the foundation of American principles, while at the same time someone can be evicted or denied a bank loan simply because they are different. When I was growing up, I was taught to embrace people's differences, for that's what makes the United States so grand. No matter your background, your ideological views, or even your physical characteristics, we are all treated equally under the law. Discrimination is unacceptable. It cannot be justified with politics or religion. I still cannot wrap my head around the fact that in the year 2015, we are still having to discuss whether or not people should be treated equally. It's just common sense to me. Did we as a society not learn anything from the several civil rights movements of the 1920s and the 1960s? Tonight you, the Assembly members, have an important opportunity and obligation to make a step in the right direction, down the path of equality. And there's a few things that I'd like to point out. So I found the many portrayals of homosexuals as sexual predators, offenders, and rapists very disingenuous, deceiving, and inaccurate, and also offensive to myself. I am not of that community, but it's offensive that you would call someone of that community and portray them in that way. I would also like to thank everyone who spoke here today for furthering the public discourse on this topic and participating in democracy. It's a right that we all have, and I'm glad that we were all using it. And I would just like to pull my wholehearted support behind the S1 version of this ordinance. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, I'm Rocky T-Burge, T-H-E-B-E-R-G-E. I live in Russian Jack. I'd just like to state my opposition on this bill, on the ordinance. I just don't think it should be proposed as far as legally bringing out the separation of church and state. The church, I am a Christian. I have my beliefs. I've heard the testimonies of the people, and, you know, as far as discrimination goes, I oppose that also. But as far as my rights being thwarted, you might say, for others, just, ordinances. If this goes to ordinance, that takes away from mine. But I would just like to state that, and my sympathies do go out to anybody that is discriminated against. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being here. Welcome to the meeting.
My name is Thomas H. Morse, M-O-R-S-E.
What part of town are you from, sir?
What?
What part of Anchorage are you from?
I'm from Midtown, Lake Otis and Tudor.
Thank you, sir.
The Anchorage Assembly is a secular government entity, ultimately is beholden only to the United States Constitution. The First Amendment guarantees freedom of religion and religious practice so long as they do not violate the Constitution. Religious freedom ends, however, where the rights of others begin. In particular, the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment says that no state law, and by extension any city ordinance, can deny to any person the equal protection of the law. This is exactly what the religious exemptions of the ordinance will do. They will allow for discrimination with respect to religious leaders and teachers on the basis of gender preference. In my opinions, the exemptions are simply a loophole that can be exploited at every opportunity by those wishing to discriminate. There are no comparable loopholes with respect to skin color or ethnicity, so there should be none for gender preference. The religious exemptions would be found unconstitutional if they were challenged. They also violate Thomas Jefferson's separation of church and state, which he developed in 1802, by giving preferential treatment and discriminating powers to religions. Please remove the religious exemptions from this ordinance. Allowing churches to discriminate others is not the way America should be. Thank you.
Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Terry White, W-H-I-T-E. I live on the hillside. I own several small businesses here in Anchorage, and I just want to say I oppose this ordinance. I feel like it'll cause my businesses to have difficulties in the future, and I think it'll infringe on my religious freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Tom Seibert. I've lived in Anchorage for 46 years, Spenard area right now. I am opposed to this ordinance. I was raised and brought up in the church. I believe that the Bible is God's word. He clearly states what sin is. Any deviation from marital sex is considered sin in whatever form that would be that people choose to do. Nowhere does it ever teach or does Jesus show that we are to treat others unkindly. So I do not think people should be treated unfairly or unkindly. But I cannot condone, no one should be able to tell me I have to condone what someone does, especially when it comes to sin and God. So I do oppose this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You like my trumpet? It's a sound that's heard around the world. Bear with me as I go into my briefcase for my legal documents.
We need your first name, spell your last name.
The first name is Kathleen, last name Ton, T like Thomas, O, N like November, N like November. Ton is in a ton of sin, a ton of judgment, hillside where the sun was most of the summer. A ton of nuclear destruction. Now, since one of my brethren introduced the subject of the King James Bible, since I represent the Lord Jesus Christ, the great I am, I'm going to add to your public document and your public record from the public document of the great I am. Starting with, oh my, a tampon. Reminds me that little girls in pubescence get periods. Little female girls. Reading from the document, 2 Peter 2. But there were false prophets also among the people, even as there shall be false teachers among you, who gently and privily shall bring to damnable heresies, even denying the Lord that bought them, and bring upon themselves swift destruction. And many shall follow their pernicious ways, by reason of whom the way of truth shall be evil spoken of. And though covetousness shall they with feigned words make merchandise of you, whose judgment now of a long time lingereth not, and their damnation slumbereth not. For if God spared not the angels who sinned, but cast them down to hell, and delivereth them into chains of darkness, to be reserved unto judgment, and spared not the old world, but saved Noah, the eighth person, a preacher of righteousness, bringing in the flood upon the world of the ungodly, and turning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah into ashes, condemneth them with an overthrow, making them an example unto those that after should live ungodly, and delivereth just Lot, vexed with the filthy conversation of the wicked. Now, since you want to create some ordinance to avoid discrimination for members of our community who engage in, I perceive, unhealthy, ungodly behavior, you might want to consider creating an ordinance for one who speaks
Ma'am, your
in
time
tongues.
is up. Thank you for your testimony. Who's the next one, please? Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Koyana Tailuchi, thank you for coming here, and good evening to the council members. Thank you.
We just got to get closer to you. We're getting old.
Okay. I could talk loud.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Virginia Shipton, S-H-I-P-T-O-N, and I live in East Anchorage. I'm a member of a Bible preaching church, and I'm proud to say that my children and grandchildren do they read their Bible and they go to a Bible preaching church. Please protect our children. They need direction. They are too small to think of bedroom tactics. The First Amendment protects me. It always had, and I am grateful for this. The first protects my religious beliefs. Religion exceptions should be protected. We as natives had religious persuasion and learned God's 10 Commandments. Homosexuality is an abomination. Love the sinner, but hate the sin. There are a lot of sexual predators, and if they decide to be a woman today, they could go to the same bathroom and dressing room as my grandgirls do, as an example. I so abhor this. The thought is despicable. LGBT groups is not in the same category as race. It is a choice. It's a lifestyle that should be kept in the bedroom. God bless you this evening, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. We up to the 9 yet, Amanda? 8 still? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Mary Stauffer, S-T-O-U-F-F-E-R, and I'm from Chugac. I'm going to read this because I know the time is short. I don't want to forget to tell you what I came for. I'm here to register my opposition to the ordinances 95 and 96. When I was in nurses training back in the day, in the mid-60s, homosexuality was considered a mental disorder for which people were placed in mental hospitals, and that was abominable. But now we have ridden the pendulum to the far side of the continuum, to where we again, common sense has been thrown out of the equation. Now we have people of faith being beaten into submission to the point where government is trying to say that government will toss our Bible into the book fire. Tolerance is not enough. We must agree and endorse with the left's narrative that if we don't like the Bible, that we can edit it or burn it. The problem is that we did not write it. God did. We do not have the authority to edit it, and neither do you. I do not think that any human is without sin. We're all sinners, And anybody here, their sin is certainly not any worse than mine. And while we're supposed to love our fellow sinners, we are not supposed to tell them that their sin is not really sin, so that they'll feel better, because then we'd be lying to them. The pendulum has swung too far to where the left wants to punish people of faith for following the tenets of their faith, tenets that have been in place far longer than our country and our Constitution. But the left is trying to legislate that we are not merely accepting and kind, but that we bless and then participate in their behavior. So I don't know how much more time I have, but I just thought I might...
21 seconds, ma'am.
I thought I might tell you that if I feel fit and thin and young and gorgeous, should I be protected so that the advertisers, the health clubs, the junior clothing catalogs, the TVs and movies would protect me?
Now you're up, ma'am.
I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you.
Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. I am Marilyn Carpenter, that's spelled Carpenter, and I live across the street from Bayshore Elementary. I come before you tonight as an American, as a Christian, and as a mother. And as an American, I was raised pledging allegiance to the flag that said, "With liberty and justice for all." As a Christian, I was raised to believe that God created everybody, and that Jesus' rule of love one another as I have loved you was meant to be how I should follow my life. And as a mother, I have raised my kids to be respectful, productive, hardworking members of the community who will support me in my old age. So far, they're doing pretty good. I support this ordinance. How could I not? I have 2 children. My son is straight. My daughter is gay. They are both married to wonderful women. They both have children. They all live in this community. We all live here in Anchorage. My son feels very comfortable holding his wife's hand when he goes out in public. My daughter and her wife do not always feel so comfortable. So, the religious liberty, as a Christian, I'm all for religious liberty. I definitely believe that within my church I can practice and preach and believe and pray as I should. But when I interact with the public, when any member of any church interacts with the public, then it becomes a matter of civil rights. It becomes a matter of liberty and justice for all. It becomes a matter of saying that anybody who is providing services and providing action for the public needs to remember that every member of the public gets those rights under the law, the liberty and justice for all. So I thank you for bringing this up again. I spoke here 6 years ago, and since that time I've added 2 new grandchildren who I hope will also grow up to respect me and my beliefs and help their parents support me in my old age, which I have not reached yet. But I appreciate your considering this, and I hope you would remember your roles as an American and as parents, and let us know that this ordinance is what Anchorage needs. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're next.
Oh gosh, sorry. My name is Desiree Allen, A-L-L-E-N. This is really hard.
Take a deep breath. What part of town are you from?
East Side.
Okay.
I am a Christian, and I also am in a gay relationship with my wife, who came out as transgender this year. I myself have known for years, but just in the short time we've been out, I can give a first-hand account of the discrimination against the trans community based on the time we've been out. My little sister lived with me all last year and attended Anchorage Christian Schools, which is the subsidiary of Anchorage Baptist Temple. During the end of the school year, my wife and I started fighting for custody of her, as the other home situations with her separated mom and dad were not safe or conducive for a teenage girl to live in. My little sister knew my wife was transgender the whole year and went from a junior high average GPA of 2.0 to a GPA of 3.46 in her freshman year of high school. At least 3 of the teachers/staff members told me directly that they would like to do whatever it would take to make sure that my sister was placed with me and my wife, who was at the time my husband, permanently, praising us for the amazing job we were doing all year long, saying she's never been happier or healthier. Well, over the summer, we worked out the details of custody with my little sister's dad outside of the courtroom, and we also came out as transgender, or my wife did. The school immediately turned against us. Nothing in my home life changed. My relationship with Jillian didn't change, nothing. My little sister was asked to come in for a meeting with a staff member of Anchorage Christian Schools and was told, although she does still live with us part-time, that if she had been placed with us full-time, she would no longer be welcome at the school. My son, who was also denied acceptance to the preschool at ACS, and also another Christian school in town, just because of mine and my wife gay relationship. That's it. My little sister is allowed entry into that school, although her parents are separated, still married, and both sleeping with other people. One of the 10 commandments being broken by both her mom and her dad. But she lives with a transgender person who's happy and healthy and solid. No, that's not welcome. This isn't a matter of whether or not it's a sin. It's a matter of that it's this sin, this one sin that they choose to just leech onto. They're picking and choosing which sins they can deal with and hiding behind their Christianity to reject and turn away the sins that they find the worst. This isn't just unbiblical, it's unethical. It's a specific fight against the LGBT community, not just sins in general. And I see my time's almost up, so I just was going to say that these aren't the only instances of discrimination we faced, and I think it's about time the law changed to protect the people who want nothing more than to be treated like everyone else. Thank you for reconsidering this.
Thanks for being here, ma'am. Who's next to testify? Welcome, sir.
My name is Dave Bronson. I live in South Anchorage, B-R-O-N-S-O-N. Like Senator Fred Dyson before me, I'm a board member of Alaska Family Council. We've dealt with this issue before, as some of you may know, back in 2010 with AO 64. I want to talk a little bit about mechanics here, just a little bit. We all know our government was formed to be freedom's greatest protector, not its greatest threat. And every Alaskan, therefore, should be free to live and work according to their faith without fear or being unjustly punished by government. Furthermore, churches should be free to operate according to their religious beliefs without unjust government interference. What you're building here with this ordinance, and by the way, I rise to speak against it, what you're building with this ordinance is the machinery where people are going to be persecuted and prosecuted by the strong arm of the law. That is precisely what you're doing. That's not my opinion. That's Alliance Defending Freedom's opinion, the legal organization, who, by the way, is in town dealing with this very subject. Okay? That's what this does. Okay, there is a florist in the state of Washington, Baronelle Stutzman, 75-year-old woman, who sold flowers to a male homosexual couple for years. They were her friend. Okay, the moment that she said that she didn't want to build a flower arrangement for their wedding, she says, personally, guys, I can't do this. It violates my closely held religious beliefs. They went to the EOC using this language, just like this, according to the ADF. Okay, now this 75-year-old grandmother is in this position. She lost her business. That's the easy one. She had to pay a fine of $135,000. That money went to the gay couple, okay, who claimed to be her friend, by the way. Okay, and now the state of Alaska is going after her home. 75-year-old grandmother. Alaska Family Council is going to have her come up here in November, and if we can arrange it, we'll have her speak to you folks. We have no doubt that this is going to pass tonight. We've done the numbers. We've counted it. But you're going to reap the whirlwind here, because every April, first Tuesday in April from now on, that we can, there's going to be a referendum. Just as the gay community came and did this for years, I've been dealing with this since 1993, okay? It's going to keep happening. You've solved nothing here. You've created a perceived discrimination against a very minute minority, and you're going to use the strong arm of the law to persecute the Christian majority, church-going majority in this town. For what? This is not, like Fred Dyson said, this is not the machinery by which you do this. This is wrong, and you're creating a big problem. Thank you for hearing me out. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. We're on the 9s now? Okay, last 8 here. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Michael Hall. I am from Northeast Anchorage, and I am a retired military veteran. I also have a wife and 2 children, 2 daughters, and I can understand each person's perspective when they come up here and present the issues that they have to give to you. One issue, though, that I do have is the argument that this is stopping them from getting their rights because they feel that they are being discriminated against, and they're trying to relate this discrimination with the discrimination against race. Now, none of these people are being put in chains and being sold overseas in bondage, so that is not a legitimate argument. So comparing the two would water down the flight that African Americans have gone through for hundreds of years, overseas being sold and here in America. Now, for the religious aspect, I am a Christian, and Matthew chapter 19, verses 4 through 6, Jesus states, "Have you not read that he who made them of the beginning made them male and female, and said, for this reason man shall leave his father and mother, and he be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh." So my point is, there is too much argument that they're being discriminated against. There's no discrimination. You can marry. The point is, if these religious institutions are being prosecuted for exercising that freedom of religion that the Constitution gives these institutions. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Now up to the 9s. We're getting there. Yeah. Welcome.
All right. My name is David Bretz. I live over in the east side of Anchorage. Bretz is B-R-E-T-Z. So when I was little, my parents had sent me over to a preschool. They both worked full time, and so I had to go to a preschool. And when I came home and started talking about how I'm allowed to marry a man if I wanted to, which is against my parents' beliefs, they pulled me out and pulled me out of that preschool and brought me over to a Christian preschool where they taught the same beliefs as my parents. I'm very grateful for what they have done, for what they were able to do there for me, and I'm afraid that with this ordinance, I won't be able to bring my children into a safe environment like that as well, where there's a community that teaches the same beliefs as I do. Sorry, very nervous.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Make it easier.
But our government was formed to be the freedom's greatest protector, and so every Alaskan should be free to live and work according to their faith without fear and being unjustly punished by the government. If you put this ordinance through, Christian schools will not be able to strongly hire the people that believe the same as what they want to teach, and they will have people that will be able to teach against their own beliefs and against the beliefs of the parents. So please do not pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being here. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, my name is Steve Kim. I live in the south of Anchorage. Thank you for your patience. I admire your patience, and thank you. I have a privilege to speak 4 languages and live in several countries, and I'm a Christian. I'm against the ordinance because I was helping several years ago. I helped some transgender people, and even though they receive discrimination, they are I discovered they are, is my experience, I discovered they are the most discriminate people, even though they receive discrimination, because if they're against their view, they're ready to attack and do something. So I was wondering, my worry is, what's going to happen to the all majority of the church, which has 30, 50 people, and what's going to happen, all the litigation, if it's going to happen, how are we going to handle it? This is our worry, and we are a few people. We are a few people, and we are here to help people. No, we are not against the people. We are here to love, to help people, even Muslim, Buddhist, even all people, even Satanists. We are here to love people, and your decision, I think, is going to affect our way to do service to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You guys are next.
No. Oh.
Amanda, are we losing order?
No, any 9 can go down.
Oh, 89? Okay. My name is John Todd. I'm from Eagle River, TODD, and I'm in opposition to this ordinance. I wanted to know, how can you accept or even put on this ordinance, because it is discrimination in its sense, in itself. I wrote these down to make sure that I went through these. How can you vote to grant rights to a certain class of people at the same time you restrict the rights of a separate class of people that already have constitutional rights? In order for that to work, you would have to say that this class is better than that class. So are we going to discriminate against one class at the betterment of another? So discrimination laws aren't supposed to discriminate, but that is exactly what this ordinance is going to do. And as an African American and second-generation Air Force retiree, I never thought I would see the day that I would have race discrimination protections and lose my religious rights. When discrimination laws get presented, I've never seen or heard that when women got the right to vote, that suddenly men lost their rights to vote. I never saw where African Americans got rights to vote and suddenly white people lost everything and they were discriminated against. Equal protection under the law is equal protection. So if you pass this ordinance, it's no longer equal protection. Why do you have to put an exemption on something that's already constitutionally protected? That was my question. If it's constitutionally protected, how can you make an exemption to something that already exists? That's backwards. I've never seen that happen before. This is unprecedented. Talk about setting precedent. This is unprecedented. It's never happened before. That was my question to you all. How can you do that and pass this ordinance? And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. The 10s?
No, there's
3 more 9s. Okay, sorry.
Still the 9s.
Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Tom McKeaney, McKeaney, and I'm from Airport Heights. And I appreciate the Assembly taking up this issue. I've moved up here 39 years ago with my partner. We were together for 40 years total before his death. We came to Alaska because it seemed like a state of freedom. In fact, we came up here just after the original ordinance, brouhaha, in early '76. Some people say that there is no discrimination up here or any reason to protect people against discrimination. The two of us were always tax-paying, law-abiding, property-owning citizens. I worked for a company that around 1980 had a major purge of its accounting department because they felt there were too many gay people there. My partner always kept our relationship quiet because his company had a feeling against gay people. This issue is not really a religious issue that I can see. It is an issue of protecting people's rights, rights that are in the U.S. Constitution, which I know all of you in your oath somehow have the obligation to support that Constitution, a Constitution which gives the religious rights, and it gives us all, though, equal protection under the law. I know you all know that. The argument should totally be on the civil and civic obligations of what the ordinance protects. There were people who, in the past, had to be gradually pushed towards accepting civil rights for people of color, equal rights for women, and now same-sex marriage. I hope that, and I know that all of you will take the civic obligation on this and not the threats that some people seem to allude to about taking you to the polls. I've been reading Profiles of Courage before I came here, but it applies a lot. Sometimes people have to take a step. You're not protecting special rights for anyone. This ordinance, the changes to the ordinance, will support equal rights for all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. I'm Dana Bonifacio Sample. To spell that out might take all of my time, but I'll try. Bonifacio-Sample. I'm a resident of the UMed district. I want to thank the Assembly for hearing the people of Anchorage today on both sides of this issue. I grew up in Southern Illinois. I received my bachelor's degree in social work and a master's degree in higher education because I wanted to help students, no matter how they identify, through the higher ed process and to become the best person that they can. I moved here to work at the University of Alaska Anchorage. I am a National Coalition Building Institute trainer, a Safe Zone trainer, and an advisor to the LGBT student group, The Family. And I'm a proud member of the LGBTQ community myself. Today, I am speaking for the students I work with every day at UAA. Even after a marriage victory at the Supreme Court, a couple who gets married that day could then be fired at noon and kicked out of their housing by 2 o'clock that afternoon because they posted their pictures of their wedding on Facebook and someone from work found out. I hope it wouldn't happen that quickly, but no one should be fired, evicted from their home, or denied services because of who they are or whom they love. All LGBT Anchorage citizens deserve a fair chance to earn a living and provide for their families, and this ordinance will help ensure that all employees are hired, fired, or promoted based on their performance. I work every day to keep even one more student from completing or attempting suicide or living a life that is seen as less than. 40% of suicide victims, unfortunately, identify as LGBT. And allowing this discrimination and harassment in our city adds to the feelings of hopelessness and alienation that these youth feel. Whether you understand LGBT individuals or not, as people who support all human beings, doing anything to support the mental health and overall well-being of others should be something that we all support. And when someone's fired or loses their housing, that definitely does not help their mental health. I'm very lucky to work at the University of Alaska Anchorage. I'm not here speaking for them, of course, but we're protected by non-discrimination policy there that includes sexual orientation and hopefully one day gender identity. The students at the university are allowed to live in university housing, so they're very lucky that they don't have to fear every day of not having a home or having a place to work if they work on campus. But unfortunately, we don't have homes for all of them, and we don't have jobs for every student at the university. So I'm here again today speaking for them and hopefully standing up for their rights, as well as my own as an Anchorage citizen. Thank you again for your time, and I fully support AO 96S.
Thank you for your testimony. You're next.
Hi, my name's Susan Fischetti, and it's spelled Fischetti. I've lived in Eagle River for 32 years, and my husband's been in Alaska since 1974. And we really care about Anchorage. And we've rented to lesbians. We have friends that are gay. But I've learned in my life to keep it simple, and I'm going to keep it short tonight. But when Bill Evans introduced the first version of this ordinance, I heard him on several radio talk shows, and he was saying that this ordinance had religious protection. So I didn't get overly concerned, and I had faith in his word. The S version discriminates against religious citizens and taxpayers. This issue is divisive to Anchorage, and we should be celebrating what we have in common and not pitting one group against another. I believe we're all responsible for our decisions and lifestyles, and that we are all protected under the First Amendment. We are equal. I have not heard any reports from the Equal Rights Commission that this is an issue, and I'm concerned about what this will mean for private businesses and schools. Since this issue has come up again, then religious protection should also be maintained. I would like to ask that wording be included for religious protection, for employment, and for our beliefs and our conscience. And just that you would keep it simple, because it is a very complicated matter, and I just hope for the best for all of us. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Welcome to the meeting.
Good afternoon, or good evening. My name is Scott McKinney. I'm a resident of Eagle River, Chugach. It's a great forum. It's great when we see Americans, Anchorage citizens coming out to voice their opinions and participate in this electoral process, or this process of government. It's not something that the world sees a lot, so that we've been able to do this in a civil forum is great. All right. There's a lot of discussions for and against this ordinance. As elected representatives, you've done a good job to bring this up. Mr. Flynn, Mr. Evans, you said this isn't a perfect bill. It has issues. Anybody who has a better idea, bring it up, you'd work with them. All right. At this point, any vote for or against this ordinance is going to be fraught with parties saying, well, I didn't support it one way or another. The best way for anything is always a direct democracy. A direct democracy is the voting population exercising their individual rights to go out there and for each and every individual of this city to vote their individual conscience. If we choose as a city council, as a small group to approve or disapprove an ordinance, then we are disenfranchising our voters. The great thing about this country and the great thing about this city is we do have the direct ballot initiatives in there. I would ask that at this point that you not vote tonight, Wednesday night, Friday night on this ordinance. Put it on the ballot. Let the people vote each and individually on this ordinance. Let the people have their say. You've done a good job as our elected representatives in discussing this and bringing it forward. But the people are the government. You are here to represent our voices. Our voices have been heard. You've brought us out. Put it on the ballot. Get the votes out. Get the people involved in government, and let the people directly vote on this issue, not as a small committee, as a representative in there. Anything that we do against that, if we don't have the direct participation there, then we question the legitimacy of that. Mr. Evans, Mr. Flynn, you brought a good thing out. Let the people vote on it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're next.
My name is Travis Dosser. It's D-O-S-S-E-R. I live on the east side with my duplex. I strongly do not support this ordinance. I was born and raised in Alaska. I graduated with UAA with my bachelor's in accounting. I love to hunt, fish, hike, assemble at my place of worship. And I love this state and city. I love to see that the hedge of protection God has given this state. However, when Jesus came to this world, he came here to save those which are lost. The people of that day did not like what he was saying so much that they just crucified him on the cross. We as human beings are sinners and need Jesus Christ to save us from our sins, no matter what sin. Jesus loves everybody. We are called to love as Jesus Christ did. In so doing, we are also required to speak truth. When we as a community openly support sin that God has called sin, we are shaking our hand of disrespect of what God has created. When we as a community support sin, we remove that hedge of protection. And that is what we're doing here as far as openly committing, saying this is an okay alternative lifestyle. As a human being, I ask, in Joshua 24:15, and if it seem evil unto you to serve the Lord, choose you this day whom you will serve. But as far as me and my house, we will serve the Lord. I strongly do not support this ordinance, and I hope you feel the same way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Thank you. My name's Troy Carlock. I live on the east side of town. I'd just like to say that this body could have did something magnanimous by passing the Utah Civil Rights Bill. The Utah Anti-Discrimination Bill had strong protections for religious liberty, also had protections for gays and lesbians. What this ordinance does is divides us. Basically what the majority is doing here is basically, as I would say, it's basically two wolves and a sheep. And the question is, what's for dinner? The sheep loses out. You guys are the majority and you're taking away people's constitutional rights. Actually, they're unalienable rights. Now, one could argue that there is an unalienable right to marry whoever you want. I'm perfectly willing to concede to that. For thousands of years, marriages were arranged by some old man getting camels and donkeys for a woman. We've moved past that. Obviously, the Supreme Court has spoken to this. But when it comes to your religious liberties and your freedom of association and your free speech, this ordinance comes in direct violation with those things. You could have passed something that would actually have united this entire town if you would have looked at Utah's anti-discrimination law. Utah is a very conservative state. They put in great exceptions for everybody. They brought everybody in on that bill and had them sit down and look at that bill. I would highly encourage you guys to look at that because you guys are dividing this town. Secondly, as a public school teacher, I'm totally opposed to the voucher system. This ordinance, when you do this, if I was a voucher proponent, I would be arguing for the voucher now because you're now entangling yourselves in religious institutions and churches. Secondly, I would like to bring you back to AO 37. There's always a backlash. There is always a backlash. Some of you got elected because of your opposition to AO 37. When the pendulum goes too far, there's always a reaction. This is going too far. There is going to be a reaction. And I would remind you that with Obamacare, the Congress was turned over to the Republicans. This is going too far. I would highly encourage the mayor to sit down with people on both sides and come up with an ordinance that we could all live with. It's never going to die if you don't do this. It's never going to die. Last but not least, I would also tell you guys, think of it like this. We have too much gotcha politics in Alaska. The state retirement system was a gotcha to the unions. It was a gotcha to the unions.
Troy.
And we're paying the price for this.
Troy, you're done, sir, but thank you.
Thank you. There will be demonstrations at restaurants that are owned by particular people who support this ordinance.
Thank you, Troy. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Jimmy Stewart, and I am from South Anchorage, and I'm a Baptist. I'm also a minister. I'm against discrimination in any form. I submit to God's word that calls certain actions as against his character and destructive, that we should not participate in those. We went through this a few years ago, and the assembly here voted after lengthy testimonies for this ordinance. in another manner, not the same one. By the way, just let me, if I run out of time, I'm totally against what you're doing here. I think that what we did before kind of should stay the same. But when we went through this, you voted for it, the mayor voted it down. We were told as religious leaders when we met with the Human Rights Committee that there was not really discrimination in the city, but that this needed to be put on there anyway, and I wondered about that. There are laws already protecting persons from harassment. There was a general vote that came down as a result of this, and it was voted down, so it really puzzles me why we're bringing this up again. I'm not quite sure why we're doing that, especially when there's not really discrimination in the city. I think we've heard from a lot of folks who've said we have a pretty loving city. Doesn't mean that everybody acts right. Doesn't mean that everybody treats one another correctly. But do we have to legislate that? Can we legislate that? Oregon, Washington, Arizona, Washington, D.C., Houston, Kentucky are all places playing out the battle for religious freedom because of wording like this. Expression and the exercise of religion or religious freedom are foundational to our country. And I have to ask, would I be fired if I state in my business that I believe that homosexuality is a sin in God's Word? But this is happening across our country because we're now, with language like this, companies and people are afraid that let anybody state that they can have a belief religiously. Also, Mayor, I don't know if I would be allowed to be in your administration having a belief that God is against homosexuality. But that doesn't mean that I don't have homosexual friends and don't treat people with dignity and respect. But that doesn't mean that I would get hired by an administration that is promoting that. If you discriminate, it's wrong. No doubt about it. And but we're going to further divide our community. I'd rather us have conversations with one another as how to accept each other in diversity of belief. This is forcing one belief. This is almost as much as another religion forcing their belief on another religion. Mr. Flynn, I'm sorry, thank you.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Welcome, sir.
Excuse me. My name is Stephen Hamilton, Hamilton. I'm a 20-year resident and homeowner from Eagle River. For the folks who are representing me, thank you very much. Retired military as well. I think everybody knows what the First Amendment of the Constitution says. Among other things, the Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. And I think in this ordinance we've managed to violate both of those. So what we've done is now taken gay and lesbians and homosexuality and made it the state religion and the city's religion because it is a belief and it is a behavior. It's not something that they were born with. So we've violated that, and then you're also violating my right to free exercise of my religious beliefs, which I'll spell out here in just a second. Every Alaskan should be able to live and work according to their faith without fear of being unjustly punished by the government. This ordinance could be used against me. The last time this came up, a friend of mine named Rachel, who's a transgender, she's now a woman, used to be a man, called and asked me if I would co-sponsor the bill or the ordinance. And I said, I don't think so. Let me go read it and see exactly what it says. So I went and read it. There were two things in my military mind that were missing. One was the individual protection for faith. So that was missing. And also missing was a clear protection for the church's responsibilities. Basically, the government would be legislating what the churches could do or could not do with their properties. Church leaders and churches, period, should be free to operate according to their beliefs without unjust government interference. Pastors need to be free to speak out against anything that they feel is a threat to society or that they feel is contrary to their belief system. And I'm not comparing this to Hitler, but Hitler, one of the things he did was silence the pastors. Okay, he made sure that the pastors could not speak against what they were doing. So we don't want to put the bridle on pastors. We want to let them speak their mind and lead their congregations to be better citizens. They're one of the foundational structures in our nation, and we need them to remain strong. Thank you all very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Assembly, for this opportunity to speak to you. I'm Raymond Maines, M-A-I-N-E-S. I live in the Muldoon area. I'm retired military. I'd like to say up front that I'm against this ordinance. If you think by passing this ordinance that you've solved the discrimination problem in our town, you're sadly mistaken. All you did was just changed it to another group. The Christian church and the Bible-believing people were the foundation of our country. We are now seeing that states have adopted this ordinance, are now discriminating against the very people that are holding to the principles of our founding fathers. When you give special rights to a group that is less than 5% of the population, and then you decide to discriminate against the majority, this just doesn't seem to be any sense to me. I'm amazed that so many were testifying of being discriminated against, and yet officially, when you look at the record, it just isn't there, because they can bring these things up, and yet they're not. All they're doing is saying that. There's no God. There's no doubt that God hates the sin of homosexuality, because the Bible specifically states that. And then I wonder what behavior this assembly would next want to protect. This is not a male and female problem. It's not a race problem. It's a behavior problem. And there are millions of people with behaviors that would love to be able to come before the assembly and have special rights given to them. And I just pray that you'll see the truth in the matter here and would consider not passing this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Hi, my name is Eric Croft, C-R-O-F-T, and I'm proud to have been born in and live in the Sovereign Republic of Spenard. I speak in favor of the ordinance. I'm proud of the way the Assembly has conducted itself, proud of the way the public has conducted themselves today. There's been vehemence, of course, very moving testimony, but it has a different feel than it's had before. Everyone continues to bring their passion and their point of view, but there's a lot less hostility or outright anger than I saw before. And I'm particularly proud of the way that it was approached in a bipartisan manner. We don't know the result, but at least seeking a solution that is in the middle. Where it turns out, we don't know. And as regards the threats, I remember a very difficult vote in the late 90s on constitutional amendment on a similar issue, and thinking that I would lose my House seat over it, and working very hard not to. But I just urge you, which you're already doing, to vote as your conscience dictates, and let those chips fall where they may. And regarding the threats to any particular business, if any of you have businesses, particularly that provide food, I'm always willing to eat for a good cause. So if it's picketed, I'd come and get extra cinnamon rolls. Thank you very much.
We may pick at it because he goes there.
We'll
Thank
brew,
you,
we'll
Eric.
brew extra coffee.
Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Hi, it's 10:30. Sorry to keep you here so late. My name's Kenny Peterson, P-E-T-E-R-S-E-N, spelled properly. Thank you. And I'm from the great Midtown Community Council. So, thank you for what you're doing. I don't imagine it's easy to have to sit up there and to do this, and so thank you. I've been trying to figure out how to make this easier for you, and I don't have that solved, so good luck. You bet.
Kenny, we're waiting for you to come up with all the answers.
So, so all the answers. There's a lot of people who are afraid. And both of those who have been persecuted for so long for being homosexual, as well as those who are religious who are afraid that what's going to happen. And so I did a little research, and some words that I found from some of our church leaders is a little bit better than I could say it, so I just want to share a few words with you if I could. He says, we must find ways to show respect for others whose beliefs, values, and behaviors differ from our own, while never forced to deny or abandon our own beliefs, values, or behaviors in the process. Every citizen's rights are best guarded when each person and group guards for others those rights they wish guarded for themselves. So if those of the gay rights would defend the religious fears and help them alleviate those, and likewise that if we could help each other do that then and defend them outright, I think we'll be in good shape. We're engaged in a great debate about marriage, family, individual conscience, collective rights, and the place of religious freedom in society. The eventual outcome of this debate tonight will influence to a large extent whether many people with diverse backgrounds and different views and values will live together in relative harmony in the foreseeable future. You obviously are trying to find a way. I was grateful for Mr. Evans last Friday when he says, if someone has a better way, please help us. I don't know that he said it exactly that way, but bring us some words or something. I did some research. I have some things that I've thought that might help. This ordinance is going to pass, and so if there's a couple of tweaks that we might include in there, then I think that might add to some. Some includes the definition of employers. Some being of a religious faith that doesn't have professional clergy, you might include some words of affiliations as opposed to just organizations. And then just to alleviate some fears, if we can put in some safeguards about religious free expression in workplace, would be good. And then I have a few others, if you need them, that I'd be happy to help out.
Can you send it to us? We'd appreciate it.
Be happy to.
Your time is up, sir, but
Yep,
thanks.
of course. Thanks so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is March Falesi, F-E-L-E-S-I, Falesi. I stand here because I do not support this. Due to the fact that I am a mother that has 8 kids. Knowing the fact that it was my choice. I could have gone shortcut and do anything else, but I chose it. Also, I also have to support these kids. So I'm a hardworking mother that want the right thing for them. I had to remove them off of public school to put them in a place in a Christian school, Bible believing, teaching where God's word is at. I'm not afraid of you guys to stand before you guys. The one thing that I'm afraid of that I have to answer to my kids, that I'm not going to be there next to them when God judges them. I question myself every day. So for me getting haunted by this movement, it's just a phase. Because now I have to face my kids and tell them that what they choose is their choices. They're the one that's going to stand before our Heavenly Father. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Our forefathers that founded this country, why do you think they made our law upon the Bible? Think about it. They didn't just make it because they felt like it, because they knew there was something beyond it. Okay, if you guys are going to pass this, I'm sorry to say, but if you guys are going to pass the same-sex marriage, what is this to say to pass, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal? What about all that? So that's all I got to say. But please, think about it, because I'm already in the judgment on my kids.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Flynn, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to make sure we're timely, I'd like to move to continue the public hearing to 5 p.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, the
16th.
Second.
Yeah, and I'll leave it to your discretion.
5 p.m., ma'am.
Okay.
Is there objection from the body? Not seeing an objection. That's what we'll do. We'll meet tomorrow at 5 o'clock and continue the hearing. People can still testify till 11 o'clock. But at that time, we're going to suspend this until tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So, if you're on the list, we have until 11 o'clock. Please continue.
Well, good evening. I'm Reverend Don Barnhart. That's B-A-R-N-H-A-R-T. And I live on the east side and represent Holman's district. First of all, I could expound all my degrees and all that, but you can't verify it, so there is no need to do it. Okay? I'm not going to be sitting here quoting the scriptures, but what I am going to say is the last time I checked, Alaska was not a right-to-work state. So you can get fired for whatever reason, whether you are straight, gay, or whatever. If an employer comes in one day and says, we don't need you anymore, you don't have a recourse. What this does is it says perceived in the writing. So if a person of the community that says, hey, I'm gay, and they fired me because I'm gay, whether they worked or their laws were, their standard was subpar, it says perceived. Now you've got an employer who has to defend themselves, pay money to defend themselves, and even if they win, they still lose. The question is, who's going to reimburse the employer? Are you guys? Are you going to put a clause in there that says, hey, if they spend $135,000 defending themselves, then the person who brought the suit up's got to pay it back? You know, we were told that there would be no questions coming from you guys, but when somebody questioned Representative Evans, Assemblymember Evans, Flynn stepped in. What's the violation here? You can't even abide by your own rules, and you expect to pass a rule like this? You expect us to follow a rule that you can't even do yourself? My question is, this needs to be either brought up to the voters, tabled, or rewritten, because there's no protection for anybody. There's no protection against any religious organization. It needs to have a protection for them instead of stripping it away. What this does, it allows a certain group of people now to be classified and given rights that they've already have in a right-to-work state. And if a landlord doesn't want to rent to them, they can bring them up to lawsuit because there's applications. I deal with landlords all the time. And every landlord, knowing that this was coming up, I've asked them, hey, do you hire? Do you ask that question? They don't ask that question. All they care is whether they get the money at night. That's all they care. It's a business. But what this does, it opens up lawsuits for people for what they believe and gives a special rights to somebody else. That's what this does.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
My name is Phil Swires, S-W-I-R-E-S. It's a wire with an S on both ends. I'm here to testify as a small business owner in this town. I own several apartment buildings, 2 or 3 of them, so I probably have several of you that are representing me. I don't know how that works. I live on the east side of town, but I have buildings in several other areas, okay? I'm against this ordinance. The ordinance you're contemplating is not needed. We have rights. Everybody has rights already. We don't need special rights. You're trying to tread on my religious rights, and you're trying to make it to where I'm going to have to be like my friend that helped this country who said, give me liberty or give me death. Is that what you want? Do you want to drive us to that? I hope not, okay? Hope it doesn't come to that. There's no discrimination. I own apartments. I never ask anybody if they are doing any kind of sexual activity of any sort. I don't care. It doesn't make any difference to me. It's not on my application. What I want to know is, do you pay your bills? Are you going to be a good tenant? Do you start fights? Are you a drug dealer? I don't even ask that. But if you are, I will get rid of you. All right? Is that going to come up next? Are we going to have to allow that? Am I going to have to allow murderers? Do I have to ask that? I wouldn't ask it, but I would get rid of you if you are doing that. All right? But I don't get rid of anybody over their sexual orientation. And I have a bunch of other friends that own apartment buildings also. They feel the same way. We don't ask that. I've never discriminated against anybody over any of that or any race. Okay? And I don't, okay, here we go. Buildings do not either. The problem is this ordinance would take away my religious rights. Our forefathers came to this country because of the looking for religious freedom. A lot of them went to Dutch first. Then they came over to the United States. We believe that God's word states that these are sins against God. That's why we stand against it. It isn't what I wrote. It isn't what a man wrote. This is what God wrote. Murder is a sin, just the same. Lying is a sin, just the same. You see, when you take this stand against God that you are taking, all of you, listen to me, look up here.
Sir, you're speaking to us, not the audience, please.
You're taking a stand against God, and you will pay the price when you arrive in heaven, if you get there. More than likely, a lot of you won't. I hope you do. Ask Christ to forgive you your sin, and you can be born again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Open the meeting, sir. Or are you going over here? Okay.
What?
Just trying to figure out which one's coming next. Thank you, sir.
Hi. My name is Heidi Heinrich. It's been a while. I'm glad to be here again tonight. It's been, usually I have a script in front of me. Tonight I'm speaking from the heart. My husband and I have 4 beautiful children. We have 3 son-in-laws. We have a little boy who's 10. I have 2 grandsons and a grandbaby on the way. I don't know what that baby will be yet. We spent our lives raising our kids to be good people. That's all we want from them, to be good people. And it would have been easier as parents if, when I went to bed at night, I knew that I could just warn them against a certain group and they were going to be okay if they stayed away from those people. It would have been easier if I could say, oh, the Democrats are all bad. They might hurt you. Republicans, the same thing. That isn't the way our world is. There are good people and there are bad people on both sides of this issue. There's no question whatsoever. For me, the question comes down to who you are and whether you can look at yourself in the mirror at the end of the day. I am raising my children to be able to look at themselves in the mirror at the end of the day. Was I a good person today? Did I do good things? Those of you that know me know that there are very few people that I know personally that I don't reach out and hug. That's who I am. That's who I'm raising my children to be. I don't know what the sexual orientation of my grandbabies will be, but I plan on raising them with the same love that I have given my children that are heterosexual. At the end of the day, whether you're a good person, be that a Christian, be that an LGBT community person, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's whether you're a good person, and everybody deserves the right to prove that they are. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello, my name is Charles Steigelman. It's S-T-E-I-G-L-E-M-A-N. And I'm from right around...
What town do you live in, sir?
I'm right off of Minnesota and Tudor.
Thank you, sir.
As a 23-year-old born and raised in Alaska, I have a problem first with the proposed change to Section 9B1, which... I would be very offended and need to leave a locker room, dressing room, or restroom should someone of an opposite gender biologically enter. I would feel uncomfortable as a male. I can only imagine and assume that as a female, they would feel equally, if not more uncomfortable. Secondly, I take issue with Section 10A and B. I believe someone who works for a religious organization that should fall under this section would, pardon me, I'm a little nervous here.
Take a deep breath, sir. You got time.
Like the one I work at, which are founded on certain beliefs. If someone were to they should not be forced to hire someone who does not agree with the beliefs they were founded on. I also take issue with the removal of Part C, as it may force small family businesses to be involved in an offense that they may not feel comfortable doing due to their religious beliefs. Also, as someone who went to a religious school, I can tell you every teacher there, regardless of what they taught, be it math, science, English, or religious studies, was part of imparting the religious values and are as important examples of what life with those values would be. And a religious school should not be forced to hire someone who disagrees with those values, as they would no longer be a valid example of what they believe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being here.
Hello, 12. We made it to 12. That's great. I wouldn't be able to come back tomorrow, so I'm really
just go ahead and testify.
I'm really
now,
grateful.
sir.
Yeah, I'm really grateful for having the opportunity to speak. There's a lot of arrogance all around.
Could you give us your last
My
name?
name
Spell your
is
last
Joseph
name.
Butcher, B-U-T-C-H-E-R.
Tell us what part of town you're from.
Spinard area, west side of town. There's a lot of arrogance, not only in this room, but in this nation lately. The Supreme Court started it, and I know a lot of people are kind of glossing over the fact that why this is here again, because we did deal with it, and shame on all of us, because we did deal with it as a people, and here we are again. Now, I lost some money being here, and I can't come back tomorrow and testify, because I had to be here again. And everything that you're spending on being here again, dealing with the same issue, shame on you. It should be refunded, actually. I mean, I'm a small business, and I have a lot of fear about what's going on. I don't have fear about people. I love people. I deal with people every day. But what you have going on here is arrogant. It's absolutely arrogant. You have no right. The Supreme Court had no right. This ordinance and this administration, these people on board here, you don't have a right. You've been called to. You've been called to this. It could have been dealt with differently. And like the gentleman earlier said, put it back to the vote. People spoke the first time. I believe they'll speak again. Just put it back to the vote. But don't be arrogant about it. You have no right to do this. You don't. We spoke before, and we've spoke so many times before. We're protecting our families. We're protecting our small businesses. And we've already seen what it's done in other states. There is absolutely no deviant course about what's going on here legally. So what I come here before to you today as a small business is for you to guarantee protection for me, my business. It's too small. I won't survive it. The churches here, absolutely. Before me, I'll lose my business. But the churches, all the churches in Anchorage, there's something wrong going on here. Absolutely wrong. I appeal to you to think about what you've done. You have no right. There's absolutely no right for you to take this high ground and trample on it. And I'm so mad I could pray out loud. I just pray in the name of Jesus that your minds would be clear on what law is. You don't get to make law. You get to decide where we follow the law. You don't get to make law. The Supreme Court doesn't get to make law. They get to tell us how we follow that law. We don't redefine our language to get around the law. That's manipulation. In fact, it was treason back in the day. What's going on? I mean, it's really hard to understand what's going on anymore.
Sir, thank you for your testimony. Sir, give me the last one we'll be able to hear from tonight.
Good evening. My name is T.O. Ransom from West Anchorage, and I'm going to read this rather quickly only because my battery is about to die. How do you take down the greatest nation in the world? You chip away at its very foundation, its Constitution. Our religious freedoms are protected in the first of the Constitution's amendments because it is the most important of our freedoms. Today, our religious freedoms come under fire. Some claim the argument is about discrimination against sexual orientation, but the real issue is the elimination of religious freedoms because the truth stands in the way of those who have chosen alternate lifestyles. If you redefine the definition of a biblical lifestyle, then you have supposedly won. Really, though, reassigned orientation and the judgment thereof will ultimately be tried in the court of our Creator, regardless of the decision made in the court of man. I have a question. If it becomes lawful that a transgendered has the freedom to choose to use either public restroom, men's or women's, then goes into a church to express his or her freedom, and the church does not allow him or her to express that freedom, how then will the church be penalized? Listening to the testimony of some clergy here today, I am witnessing in living color that there are indeed false teachers ushering sinners straight to hell by misinterpreting or overlooking parts of the Bible, not taking its word in its entirety. Of course we love our neighbors, but as ambassadors, our duty is also to lovingly point them to the truth. We are therefore Christ's ambassadors, as though God were making his appeal through us. We implore you on Christ's behalf, be reconciled to God. 2 Corinthians 5:20. And thank you.
Thank you. It is now time. It's 11 o'clock. We're going to continue the hearing tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Thanks for being here.
I was here before him.